And we are live now with the first session of this year's game of 10 Candles. For those of you who are not familiar with 10 Candles, it is a tragic horror tabletop RPG system focused around group narrative storytelling. And we are joined by Taylor Obe.
Hello.
Kitsune.
Hello.
Jacob the Mad Mayor.
May God have mercy on my soul.
No.
No. And Azeem.
Hello. We're all going to die.
See, he doesn't know the game, but he already knows the game.
Yes. Yeah, I was gonna say that is the general premise, yes. Alright. So, to give everyone who is here a general, 10,000 foot overview of the game, the players are all taking on the role of a survivor in the world while being hunted by something. The idea is 10 days ago the world went dark. Basically, no sun, no moon, no stars, just like someone threw a blanket over the earth. 5 days ago they came. They is a nameless, faceless antagonist called They or Them, which will be determined coming up, that only myself and one other person will really know. And today they are alive, and they will play through the module in the hopes of staying that way, knowing full well they will not. The module we are going to be playing is Final Descent out of the 10 Candles rulebook. The local airport handled the situation as well as possible when the sky went black. At first, the staff tried to keep everyone calm, and flights were simply delayed. A couple of days later, the airport resumed business. Then, they came. Terminal B went dark first, then Terminal C. You are in Terminal A, where the generators have held for now. Only a few short minutes ago, there was an announcement over the airport intercom. A strong, confident voice said, "If anyone's left, I'm in Terminal D. The power's still on here, and there is a plane fully fueled at gate D14. I'm a trained pilot, and will wait 3 hours for anyone listening to get here before I take off. There has to be somewhere that is safe. Can you make it safely to Terminal D? The tram may still run, or you might be able to make it through Terminals B and C. The pilot must be right. Safety's out there. Somewhere." Potential areas of note that we might explore at some point along the lines of the story include the air traffic control tower, security, terminals A through D, a food court, interterminal tram, and baggage claim, maybe others depending on hangar or something, depending on what where the story is going and where we feel it should go. But we are going to jump straight into character creation. And we are going to start by everyone is going to create traits.
Great, what?
Everyone is going to create traits for their character. Everyone should really quickly right now. Just you would go into the I on the left and down to text, and just beneath your name, you want to write a vice and a virtue. Virtues represent a trait which the character is proud of, or that is otherwise helpful and positive. Virtues should solve more problems than they create. Vices, on the other hand, represent a trait which the character is ashamed of, an addiction, something they deal with, or something they fight against. Vices should create more problems than they solve. Examples of virtues could be lucky, resourceful, watchful, merciful, daring, committed, handsome, hardy, subtle, streetwise, and strong. Examples of vices could be afraid, greedy, regretful, addicted, naive, controlling, worrisome, compulsive, claustrophobic, and rash. These are aspects of your characters that you'll be role playing over the course of the evening. They also mechanically function in a very specific way. You can use your traits once per game. After you roll to resolve a conflict, which I described earlier and I'll describe again as we get into the game, if one of your traits is your top card in your stack, in this case just on top of your list, you may choose to burn it away, in this case just use it because they're not written on note cards that we can physically light on fucking fire.
Although that sounds really nice.
I mean, that's what you do in the normal game. You take the top card from your stack of note cards and light it on fire in one of the tea candles and kind of hold it and look at it for a bit and then toss it into a bowl.
Warms the cockles of my pyromaniac heart. Continue.
If a trait, and you may use the trait in order to reroll all dice that landed on a natural 1. If a trait is used to do this, it must be brought into the resulting conflict narration in some significant way. For example, you might describe a virtue assisting your character in overcoming a challenge, while a vice might be triggered as a result of it, bringing a whole new set of problems to deal with. You cannot use both your virtue and your vice in the same scene. So a candle must go out between.
Righty, yep. Let's get to righty writing.
Where is this at? I don't see an eye anywhere, sorry.
In the controls in the upper left, you are by default selecting a mouse cursor. There's a little eye below it, and then if you hover over that, it gets a pop-out menu. One of the options is text.
Yeah, like the letter I.
Yeah, I'm not seeing. Wait, is it text?
Yeah, text is what you're looking for.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay, and I select a name and...
I'm probably not set up. I don't know.
I mean, it's just there by default. There's no like special settings to get it. It's just always there.
Yeah, it's a basic control on Roll20 that allows you to put text on the screen.
There it is.
Is that a good
It could also be
size?
this. It's the second one down. It could also be a circle or a square or something else because it just shows the most recently used one.
Yeah, I found it now.
I can't see it yet, Kitsune.
Okay. Oh, that's.
Oh, we're just writing... Oh, okay.
Literal text.
Yeah.
Okay, I get
text.
I get
Yeah.
it. We're just putting text somewhere. Okay.
Yeah, so
I
just
think
underneath your name, just put in 2 separate text boxes, a vice in one and a virtue in the next. And yeah, you can label them like Taylor did if you want to as well. As long as I can identify which one is which.
Ah, damn it.
That is the opposite of being identifiable, Jacob.
I can't.
If you hold down the Alt button as you place something, it lets you do it without having snap to grid.
Yeah.
I can't even get to edit it. Can you please remove it, Silent?
Yeah, I can do that for you. There you go.
Thank you. I hate it.
That was amusing, though.
There we go. Those are some nice ones, I think.
Clever and cowardly. Okay.
Oh God.
So
Is
vice
there-
of. I'm assuming it's like that. Azeem, teamwork.
Oh. Okay, I thought you said vice first, then.
Either way,
Yeah.
as long as I can identify which is which. I'm assuming
Yeah.
teamwork is the virtue, clueless is the vice.
Yeah, pretty much.
This it doesn't,
He doesn't know what's
particularly
going on.
matter.
Just
but-
like I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it doesn't particularly matter which order they're in because it's going to change anyway. Because we can reorder stuff before we start.
Yeah,
But,
before you start,
you
you're
just-
able to reorder your staff.
yeah, he's just lining it up so that it matches what's already there. I mean, okay.
What's up?
I like Jacob's virtue.
Bodybuilder. That's gonna come in real handy.
We'll see.
Christ.
Oh, nope. Okay.
Vice is scared of the dark. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
That's
never
gonna
going
be
to come
cool.
up. Let's just be perfectly honest. It's
Yeah.
like it's not dark.
I'll
anywhere.
change it. I'll change it.
What the hell? Ah,
Again,
Sorry.
Azeem, if you try and move them normally, it will snap to grid. If you hold down Alt as you release it, it will not snap to grid.
oh, okay.
Yep, and you can do that with anything like text boxes, tokens, etc. Very useful.
Things you pick up DMing on Roll20.
Would be a good.
Yeah.
I don't want to. I don't want to go with the stereotypical arrogant bodybuilder.
You can put down whatever you want.
I know. I'm thinking here.
Okay.
You could do your vice as cautious.
I mean, I feel like that's too close to cowardly, and well, it's not like we can't have similar ones. It's usually more narratively interesting to have more different ones.
I would also put. I would
Smart.
also argue that cautious could be a virtue instead of a vice.
Yes.
Depends upon how you use it, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel
basically-
like cautious and cowardly are the virtue and vice sides of the same thing.
Eh.
Yeah. Two sides of the same coin, so to speak.
Out of curiosity, Kitsune, when you say smart for your virtue, do you mean like book smart?
Just somewhat smart in general.
Good. I'll be relying on you guys. I'll just be trying to keep the team together.
And how do you spell pyromaniac?
Not
Oh,
again.
That's
No.
not a vice.
Not again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's also not a vice. That's a virtue.
Oh yeah, you're right.
In an active combat situation, perhaps.
Yeah.
Growing up and somehow managing not to blow off your fingers with fireworks, that's just lucky.
I was gonna say that's a coin flip. You just rolled a natural 20 on your dice for that one.
I was, as my grandfather was fond of saying, smart enough to get myself in trouble.
There you go.
You know what? I'm just gonna do nerd. No, wait, that one makes sense.
Awkward, maybe.
That would be a good one, actually.
Yeah, if you
Not-
wanted smart as a virtue and a vice that makes you like a nerd in a way that is a vice, then
Yeah,
awkward would be a
how-
decent one.
How do you spell awkward to where it doesn't look stupid?
AWKWARD. And in my opinion, the spelling itself is somewhat awkward.
Yeah, it is.
Vice. iPhone awkward.
God damn it! Fucking roll 20. Stop it.
Don't worry about it
Vice.
too much yet.
Not tech savvy.
All I'm trying to do is trying to move them where I feel comfortable.
Oh, don't worry about it too much yet.
But
It
no,
doesn't-
it's like
Yeah, it doesn't help that the clip, the snap to grid for text boxes is oddly inconsistent.
Well, like I said, don't worry about moving them yet.
fuck it.
Yeah, don't worry about moving them yet. Because now I get to have fun. And inform the half of you that don't know this, you don't get to keep your virtue or your vice.
What?
Your virtues
Haha,
are going
surprise!
your virtues are going to pass to the left, and your vices will pass to the right.
So Kitsune is the bodybuilder, but he's also a coward.
Yup.
And
So we
how
have
does wait? How does this even work? Look at my virtue and vice.
I mean, there are plenty of ways to run that. You could be book smart, but socially clueless, or
I was gonna say
More
high
so what
int,
that was. Yeah.
high int, low wisdom.
yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, apparently I'm Dwight from Dead by Daylight.
And Azeem is a not tech savvy, clever person.
This is not going
Well,
to
when you're
go
not
well.
using technology, you gotta be clever with other shit.
All right. So I hope everyone
This
likes
is
their
gonna be
character.
fun. This is gonna be fun.
That's why I didn't think I didn't put too much thought into it. I just like, that sounds like a neat vice. That seems like a nice virtue. I forgot which order it was in, but I knew what they would get sent away to someone.
Oh, I just kind of pick a direction every time I GM.
That's fair. It doesn't really matter too much.
No.
But it is fun to surprise the people that are new to the game with it.
Oh my god, it's
the clever
amazing.
person. I don't know what's going on.
All right, now you all need to make your character concepts now that you have your virtues and your vice. It doesn't need to be anything too intense or too detailed. Really all we need is a snapshot of your character. You know, a name. What do you see on like a quick glance, like a camera pan over them? And then in just a few words, who are they? What are they? The example they have is Andrew Litwell, mid-40s, salt and pepper hair with a long black coat, retired lawyer. Or William Billy Kale, 9-year-old with a bright face and dark eyes. Just a kid.
I'll let everybody else go first.
And realistically, just like make a name in one box, and then like your like short blurb write up about them in another box. Because I'll put the name above your player name on the lists. Oh God.
Want me to make that a bit bigger?
I can size it up for you a little bit here. Real quick.
Okay.
While you do the write up.
Hmm.
How do you shift down to make it multiple?
Hold down shift and press enter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like if you're like gonna do a line break in like Discord or something.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, what happened there? I don't know. Okay, I think I get it then.
Gotta be fun.
Oh, are we not supposed to be writing this down? I'm just supposed to. Oh no, we are writing it down. Okay.
Yeah, you are writing it down.
Yeah, it just none of our writing shows up until you hit enter.
Yeah, until you actually finalize it, doesn't show up. Stodgy Codger. Jesse Green mustache and perpetual scowl.
Like I said, this should be fun.
That's okay.
Squat. Yeah, screw it. Just leave it with that. Okay, how do I?
There.
There we go.
I think
Does that work?
looks fine. Oh shoot, that is. I'll just throw that right there. I did not realize it was going to be that long.
Oh, that's fine.
Is that too little, or do I need kind of more?
It can be somewhere like it's a rough character idea. So
Yeah.
it might be helpful if you had like age and gender
Okay.
or something
I
roughly.
can't
50.
re-access that, so oh well. Let's write a new one.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna put your kind of description in a new one, I'm just going to isolate the name into one here.
Mhm.
Sorry about that.
No, no
Okay.
worries.
Right here, I don't know how to do this.
All good, all good.
Okay, let's see here.
I do like the fact that Kitsune is apparently wearing big arms.
No, he has big arms, is what I meant. You know,
It says-
bodybuilder.
Wearing jeans with a white shirt and black trench coat and big arms. Those are by reference things he is wearing.
Okay. How do I edit text boxes?
It doesn't.
You're
really
gonna have
matter.
to
I just give you
retype.
crap.
No, I just fixed it for you.
Thank you. But
Yeah.
I kind of went for the whole bodybuilder, you know, ex-Marine, so still wanting to stay in shape, and then cowardly. Well, I mean, he's an ex-Marine. PTSD is a thing.
That's fair, yeah.
That will
Also,
work.
for reference for anyone wanting to actually edit their stuff, the text tool doesn't let you do that. Just go to the regular select tool and double click the block of text.
Yeah,
Oh.
you have to use the
let's
cursor.
try this again.
Somewhat counterintuitive, but it works.
There we go.
Yeah. Just need a description from Azeem
I'm working on.
and a name and description from Jacob.
That's kind of amusing. I just see something out of the corner of my head. I'm like, what's that? Oh, it's my snake that is sitting on my head.
Okay, and we'll just
Do
try.
you have a pet snake?
Yes, and she is
I
very
didn't know
fond of sitting on my headphones.
What's the breed?
She's a ball python. She's a rescue.
Aw.
There's that work.
Growing up, I had a pet milk snake. Her name was Safi.
Mine is Medusa because I'm super original.
I figured that makes him clever, or you know, kind of situational clever, while also not being at all tech savvy.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's a working good. Yeah. Mine, I'm planning on running clueless as either situationally unaware or just not giving half a crap about what anyone thinks. I'm still not decided. Maybe both. A little bit of both.
And just for people who have finished theirs, I'm just going to move them down all the way to the bottom here, because we'll need space.
Oh, don't make me type more stuff.
Oh, you
There
will.
will be more typing.
There will be more typing.
No, I don't want to do any more typing. It's hard enough the first time.
And just because there's no reason for you all to type these, just in white.
There we go. That worked.
Middle-aged manager for a large chain of superstores, returning home from a security seminar. While not the best, his location is known to have better customer service than most others, despite the bad rep it has. Sure.
It's actually fairly specific, so yeah.
And his name is Jasper. Jasper Haskins.
All right.
Jasper, how's it going?
Kitsune, you need to change your name to Jilly so that we have all 4 J's.
Oops.
No, you don't. All right.
Honestly, I will ask Kitsune, is there a way you could use like a lighter blue? Because that dark blue against the black background is hard as hell.
Really? I'm reading it just fine. Oh, wait, the dark. Okay.
Yeah, that's better.
Much better.
The other one shows up, but the weirdness of the contrast makes it difficult to actually read.
Here, I'll even go through and do it for the Vice and Virtue too.
All right. And the next thing, now that we all have the characters, is to determine your character's moment. Moments detail a personal scene or event that, it says will, but may be played out for each character at some point during the session. In this case, just the game overall, and in the 2 or 3 sessions it'll take to play. Significantly, in living this moment, a character will have an opportunity to find hope. You might find this hope in an act of heroism, in solving a mystery about them or the sunless sky, in completing a goal, in reaching an area of safe haven, or in some other accomplishment. To establish moments, each player should start off by writing, "I will find hope when," and then fill in the rest with the moment for your character. They should encapsulate an event that would be reasonable to achieve and kept very, very clear to provide strong direction to fold them into the narrative. They can relate to a goal your character has or an experience that you as the player would like your character to go through. Moments should be personal to your character. Think of it as a scene where your character will take the spotlight in the story. Consider what would be important and impactful to them. Moments should have the power to restore a character's hope in the world, often by reaching a place, finding something, uncovering a truth, or seeking a minute of rest from the darkness. However, all moments should also have the potential for failure. Examples of moments: I will find hope in a moment of prayer at a quiet church, when one of them lies dead at my feet, when the truth of the sky is revealed to me, when I find my sister dead or alive, in the contents of my stash back home, when the fallout shelter's doors closes, etc. During play, once a character's moment becomes active, it may then be lived. At this point, players should start looking for a chance to weave it into the story. It is up to everyone to work together in order to make moments happen, and to make them evocative, intense, and most importantly, hopeful. Now, they keep saying hope and hopeful because it's an important mechanic tied to moments. When a character is ready to live their moment, a conflict roll is required, like normal. If the roll is successful, you gain hope. They give a bunch of examples. Once the moment is resolved, either successfully or unsuccessfully, the moment is removed, just like a vice and virtue. If hope is lost, as with any failed conflict, you immediately darken a candle and proceed to the next scene. If you gain hope, if hope is inspired, if you succeed on your check, that player is awarded with a hope dice, which is an additional 6-sided dice, and the scene continues. Hope dice are specific to each player, may only be rolled by them, and may be rolled in addition to the communal dice pool whenever that player rolls to overcome a conflict. Unlike normal dice, which only succeed on a roll of a 6, a hope dice succeeds on a roll of a 5 or a 6. Additionally, you do not lose your hope dice. It is not removed from your dice pool if it results in a 1. The only way you can lose your hope dice is through a failed brink roll. Well, a failed brink reroll, sorry. Which we'll be doing in a second. So everyone can go ahead now, take a moment and create. Yeah, take a moment and create your moment.
Take a moment, make a moment, leave a moment, have a moment.
Okay.
How's that look?
That's fine. Okay, Taylor.
I was hoping for something that would be narratively interesting, whether it's good or bad.
Likely it'll probably be good if you succeed and really bad if you fail.
Yeah. It's another thing to like adjust your thinking while you guys are thinking of your moments, Jacob and Dan, where it's not you are your character trying to succeed, it's we are trying to build an interesting story between the characters that we are acting as.
I figured that, which is why I tried to find something a bit more generic, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Because it sounds like it's really not something based on, your own heroics necessarily. It's more so what kind of benefits the party almost. I don't know.
The irony is that the opportunity to be really heroic is there in this game.
Yes, I've used it multiple times.
Yes, it's also
very
called
interesting.
it's also called a heroic sacrifice, where you can use it even before the final scene and prematurely die in order to get your group out of a really tight situation. And if you have a hope dice, you can actually pass that hope dice to another player.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, when you die?
But you still die. Yes, you can use
Right.
you
Okay.
could
That's nice.
like with 3 scenes left in the game, you could theoretically heroically sacrifice yourself, and you'll just be dead for the last 3 scenes, but you'll be able to pass your hope dice and help your group overcome a challenge. And I'll go over that when we're probably about halfway through the game.
Yeah, it's I would say 10 Candles isn't even really about like finding things to benefit the team. It's more about benefiting the narrative.
Yeah. There'll be a lot of times where finding something beneficial to your character or to the group is beneficial to the narrative, and there are just as many times I would say where uh like introducing a new problem for the group to try and deal with or overcome is equally as beneficial.
So that's what I tried to do with mine.
We'll find hope when we arrive to our destination. Okay.
I went over several different thoughts, but this one was probably the best I could do.
Okay. Now, we have the final aspect of everyone's character. It's already below your moment, you'll see. It's your brink. None of you are going to type what the brink is on the screen.
Thank God.
I will say, send me your idea for a brink, and I will approve it or deny it.
Oh, for the love of. What's the brink?
The brink. At this point, everyone should have a good idea of the characters at the table. Who they are, why they're there, what's going on, maybe even the traits and future hopeful moments of your fellow survivors, which we do, obviously. For the next piece of character creation, every player, as well as the GM, will create a brink. Writing a brink is much like writing a trait. However, instead of describing who a character is, brinks describe what a character is capable of. Rather than representing the characters as they are, brinks are hidden traits which show what the character may become when pushed to the edge of fear, hopelessness, and desperation. When everything else has burned away, a character's brink is their last dark refuge. Whether a character will embrace their brink or avoid it and refuse to give up hope is each player's decision to make. But in the shadows of the apocalypse, even the strong may give in to the darkness before inevitably realizing what they have become, and more importantly, what they have sacrificed. The reality of a brink should be a dangerous thing. It need not be rooted in violence in order to be dangerous, especially with them on the hunt. Brinks are meant to demonstrate Brinks are meant to demonstrate that a character has broken. And while brinks may create their own plethora of problems, when embraced, the biggest concern should be amongst the survivors. Brinks should truly call a character's humanity, sanity, reliability, or trustworthiness into question. For this reason, regardless of what a brink is, they must be kept a secret until used. Otherwise, your fellow survivors might distrust you right from the start. Of course, that would work out much better if one of them didn't already know about it. Everyone's brink, and you can, again, you're going to have to run them by me, so I give the okay on them. To create brinks, everyone should start off by writing the words, "I've seen you." Just as with the traits, you don't get to choose your own brink. Instead, everyone will choose a brink for the player sitting on their left. So in this case, Azeem, you will be determining Jacob's brink. Jacob will be determining Kitsune's, and Kitsune will be determining Taylor's. You'll notice I didn't mention myself or Taylor. We'll get to that.
Woo, I'm the left player today.
Not only will you know the brink for your character, but you will also know the brink for the player sitting next to you. And by extension, your character will also know this information. This is something that your character has seen them do. In this manner, each character has seen what another character is capable of. Perhaps it was before the world went dark, or even just a few days ago. Either way, you've seen that character pushed to the edge. Maybe you'll warn the other survivors. Perhaps you'll confront them directly, or you may just wait and see how it all plays out. Regardless, each character knows the dark truth about one of their companions, for good or ill. Brinks should be kept to a single word or short descriptive phrase, just as with the traits. Don't worry about making them too specific. The more situations they can apply to, the better for the player when it comes time to build them into the story. When writing a brink, it is also suggested that you write a short explanation on the card outlining when or where your character saw the brink embodied by your neighbor. or feel free to pull them aside and talk about it. If you guys want to do that, I can pull you to a different chat. Work it out, make it dangerous, and make it fun. Examples of brinks. I have seen you kill, abandon, rage, lie, hide, cry, sacrifice, betray, freeze, promise, collapse, fight, run. Now, during this process, two players find themselves in interesting positions, me and Taylor. The player sitting to the left of the GM, which is Taylor, has a very special role. I'm sorry, to the left of the GM, which is Azeem.
Oh.
Your brink is not going to be known by anyone.
Shit.
None of the other characters will know what your brink is. Because it's not another character who has seen what you're capable of, but them. I will be writing your brink, framing it instead as they have seen you. They have seen you pushed to the edge, and they want to push you back there again. Conversely, Taylor also has a very important role, because he is writing a brink for them, framed as I have seen them, determining through it what they are capable of. Through writing this brink, the player in question holds a lot of power to establish the abilities or even identity of them. Because of this, obviously the antagonists we face every time we play 10 Candles can drastically change and vary based on whatever brink is established for them every time we play. Examples, I have seen them move like shadows, shapeshift in front of me, howl at the pale moon, consume the dead, possess the living. Or, I have seen them, and I know this is all an experiment, and they serve the witch, and they are gods made manifest, etc. There are basically no restrictions when establishing the brink for them. You can be as specific or as vague as you want. Since every single game of 10 Candles has a different style of antagonist, any number of horror tropes can be embraced. They can be robots, aliens, zombies, demons, nightmares, shapeshifters, fairies, ghosts, some kind of weird hive mind, insects. Maybe they serve a mysterious lady in red, or gain the knowledge of anyone they kill. Perhaps they were created by man or some ancient and elder god. They may be darkness incarnate or flesh and blood. They may die, or they may be death itself. They may speak in lies and whispers, or lay traps and illusions of light and safety. Maybe they hunger, maybe they hate, maybe they remember. There is only one rule when establishing a brink for them. Brinks for them can only establish a strength, power, or identity. It can never establish a weakness. They have only one weakness, the light. So everyone, go ahead and throw me your brink ideas, and I will.
So I just PM'd you in Discord.
So I am writing one for Taylor, right?
And I'm doing for Kitsune.
And I did it for Jacob. I don't know if that's too much or.
Kind
of trying to base it on what he's given us for his character as well as his virtues and vices.
I would say that's not brink enough. That's maybe something you've seen based on their virtues and vices, but this is what they are capable of when pushed to the absolute edge.
I don't like being mean to other people, though. Can I skip this?
No.
Nope. Nope. Come on, Azeem. Give me your worst.
You're not being mean.
I'm an
You're-
awkward manager who excels at teamwork and so and customer service, but there's gotta be a breaking point. Come on.
I'm stuck trying to figure out what would be a good one.
Jacob, I'm gonna give that an okay.
You're gonna give mine an okay?
Yes, go ahead and DM that over to Kitsune.
Kitsune, I
Uh-oh.
am sorry.
No, he's not.
But
Don't let him.
but let's put it this way, Kitsune. Jasper and Billy know each other.
And I am making one for Azeem.
Plus, I actually know a little bit about PTSD, considering that my brother, my stepbrother, it was a part of the army and has served a couple of terms across the sea.
Jacob, don't say too much.
Oh, sorry.
Remember, no other player or their character that they're playing as know these.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, does that one work? I don't know. I'm just making shit up.
Yeah, that's fine. I say go ahead with that second one. You can
All right.
DM that over to Jacob.
Okay, how the hell do I do a DM to you, Jacob?
Okay, give me a second.
How's this
Message.
look, Silent?
Here we go.
Yep,
Here we
there
go.
you go.
God damn it, Kitsune.
That should work, right? There you
Is
go.
I
that
really-
okay?
I really want to say no, but fuck it.
Oh, Taylor.
God, I
you're
kind of want to know what
welcome.
Kitsune gave to Tyler.
Taylor,
Taylor.
I'll let you reject this yourself if you don't want it.
I just sent it to you.
I kind of want something that's sort of different than last time.
Okay.
That's my main thing. And also, I'm like
Relating.
logistically confused about
Yeah.
that might be.
All right, Kitsune,
Yeah.
make a new one.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not too creative.
Try and think of the worst possible thing you can think of someone doing. And then think, is there a situation in which this old, smart, yet somewhat obnoxiously clueless man might have done such a thing? Also, Silent, how do you think of that brink for them?
I haven't read it yet. I'm writing the themes.
I am so looking forward to that. Not. So this is something that they have seen me do, as in they, them, not these guys.
Yes, the other, like the eponymous they, them.
Okay, that, well, shit, I'm screwed.
There you go.
Okay, how is that one?
I don't. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I'll just shoot it Taylor's way, see what he thinks about that.
Yeah, I can do that, Azeem.
That actually seems very in character for what I have idea for this person. So okay.
No, I wasn't trying to say you should change. I was just like, yeah.
Oh no, that's
Okay.
fair. I totally had just been writing that and haven't
There's
even.
also the fact that when we're choosing these things for each other, there's sort of that mutual idea that like if it's not like a topic or if it's about a topic you're uncomfortable with or you don't think you'll be able to role play it correctly, you can say so. Because that can impair the use of the brink in the game at all, which is not what we want because we want it to
I
be
mean,
drama.
that would have made sense for my particular character with the kind of the way I somewhat envision him, but at the same time, I was like, wow, that's kind of.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
I'm not trying to give anything away here, too. So
Yeah, no, just it's okay.
I wonder if I'll actually be able to use my brink this year.
It is very the brink and the moment are both very like
Yeah.
that's a good one.
Yeah.
harder to pull
I
up.
like that one.
You like that?
I like that one. That's a good one, I think. Yeah.
Okay, and let me read the brink for them. Dude, I love it.
I thought you might. It's I tried to make it a fun one.
That is phenomenal. All right, and I believe that is. Let's see. Dan, you've sent one to Jacob. I've sent one to you. Taylor has sent one to me. Kitsune has sent one to Taylor. Jacob has sent one to Kitsune. So yes, everyone has received a drink. Cool. All right, keep those secret. And who is giving off static? Kitsune is.
Kitsune, you're the winner.
Yes, keep those secret. They are always down where I place them. They are always the final item. You cannot use them until everything else has been used. How to use your brink. Embracing your brinks. After rolling to resolve a conflict, if your brink is active, you may choose to embrace it. This allows you to reroll your entire dice pool. When a brink is embraced, the full pool of dice must be rerolled, even dice that had landed on a 6. Once the reroll is resolved, if it was successful, which means at least one dice landed on a 6 or a hope dice landed on a 5 or a 6, you succeeded the conflict as normal. You lose all ones and proceed with narration just like any other conflict. Unlike traits, when you use your brink and succeed after re-rolling the dice pool, you get to keep the brink and may continue to embrace it in further conflicts. You may even embrace your brink again in the same scene. If a brink is embraced and the reroll fails, you have been consumed by your brink. You must immediately darken a candle, lose your hope dice if you have one, and burn your brink away. This is the only way a hope dice can be lost. Like with traits, brinks need not be directly tied to overcoming an encounter in order to be used. They just need to be tied into the narrative of the outcome. But yes, you can continue to use them as often as you can. However, do keep in mind that when you fail a brink roll, you're basically completely consumed by your brink, by the dark, by hopelessness. And you are essentially at this point now just a liability to the party. And you should roleplay as such.
So if we decide to, so let me see if I can make sure I understand this correctly. We can basically use our brink to make us stronger. We say, this is a mistake I've made in the past, and I'm using it to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, all you have to do is you have to tie the brink into the outcome narration.
Okay.
You don't necessarily have to use it to overcome whatever obstacle there is, but you just have to tie it into the narration in order to re-roll the dice pool again.
Okay.
Right. So, like,
But you are at that same time also now putting that brink on full display for everyone to see.
Okay.
so like
Okay.
maybe someone saw you, I don't know, just completely spitballing here based on previous experience, like light someone on fire. Your
Looking
brink,
at you, Kitsune.
you could use your brink, even if you like weren't actively overcoming the enemy by setting them on fire. It could be like, I don't know, use a nearby body as a blockade or something. Show that you have this callous disregard for human life, or embrace your pyromania. And it doesn't have to be exactly that same situation, just as long as it affects the narrative.
Find that amusing coming from someone who last year was given the brink of is a pyromaniac and then lit himself on fire.
I do have some experience in that.
I like fire though.
We know.
Pyromania
Kitsune.
is a good thing.
Especially when you need light.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's a win-win.
I mean, no, but okay.
And last year we needed warmth as well as light.
There you go. See, pyromania
Yeah.
solves everything.
Okay. As you play through a game of 10 candles, your character will come up against challenges that require skill, smarts, a steady hand, a stroke of inspiration, or just a bit of luck. They may kick down doors, round risky corners, or shine a light into the darkness, never entirely sure what they may find. In any situation where a character is attempting to overcome something that is complex, risky, or has an unknown outcome, I may choose to call for a conflict roll. Only one player, the active player, may roll for any given conflict. Typically, whoever suggests the course of action that promotes the conflict, or whoever's character is performing the action, whoever is opening the door, driving the car, pulling the trigger, etc., may roll. Some conflicts, such as searching for supplies, remembering detailed instructions, or fighting against them, may be attempted multiple times by different characters for a variety of outcomes. Each attempt requires its own conflict roll. To resolve conflicts, the active player will roll the communal dice pool, shared by all players. This pool starts the game at 10 six-sided dice and will fluctuate in size as the game proceeds, gradually shrinking in size from scene to scene. When you need to overcome a conflict, roll the communal pool. If any land on a 6, you succeed. If none land on a 6, you fail. If you succeed, you immediately lose all the dice that landed on a 1 from the communal pool except hope dice. They are set aside for the remainder of the scene, and at the next scene they'll be re-added. In the case of a failed roll, a candle is darkened and the communal pool of dice is refilled, but only up to the number of now lit candles for the new scene. The remaining dice are transferred to the GM's dice pool. That'd be me. Whenever a player is making a conflict roll, I also roll the dice that are in my pool, if I have any. This pool starts at 0 six-sided dice. and will fluctuate in size, slowly increasing, yada yada yada. I do not roll to succeed or fail at conflicts. Only the player can succeed or fail, and only the players roll to overcome conflicts. Instead, I roll to try and win narration rights over the conflict's outcome. Whoever rolls the most sixes wins the narration rights and gets to narrate what that success or failure looks like. I will, at this point in time, also introduce the concept of seizing narration. If a conflict, it won't come into play probably for a while, but if a conflict is successful, but I roll equal or more sixes than the player, and therefore win narration rights, the active player may choose to immediately seize narration away from me. In order to do this, they must darken a candle. This does not cause the conflict to fail. Instead, it wins the narration rights for the player, and they may then narrate the outcome of the successful conflict. However, it would end the scene as per normal darkening of a candle would. And with that,
And yes, it is entirely possible to fail the first roll in the entire game.
yes, it is. I've seen it happen.
I have been the one to fail that roll.
Yes. Yes, you have.
No sixes on 10 dice. Statistically unlikely, but there you go.
All right. With all of that said and done, we are ready to officially begin the first scene. And I will start us off by rereading the module. Final descent. The local airport handled the situation as well as possible when the sky went black. At first, the staff tried to keep everyone calm, and flights were simply delayed. A couple of days later, the airport resumed business. Then they came. Terminal B went dark first, then Terminal C. You are in Terminal A, where the generators have held, for now. Only a few short minutes ago, there was an announcement over the airport intercom. A strong, confident voice said, "If anyone's left, I'm in Terminal D. The power's still on here, and there's a plane fully fueled at Gate D14. I'm a trained pilot and will wait 3 hours for anyone listening to get here before I take off. There has to be somewhere that's safe. Can you make it safely to Terminal D? The tram may still run, or you might be able to make it through Terminals B and C. The pilot must be right. Safety's out there. Somewhere." The four of you are currently in Terminal A, a little bit more than halfway down the terminal. These are fairly long terminals at this airport. Roughly 60 to 70 gates per terminal. You are all on various flights. However, all of you have congregated to gate A55, most of the way down the terminal. The terminal, for the most part, from what you can remember at least, is a straight shot, moving walkways that are no longer functioning, shops, gated, some just closed. Most of their lights are dark. However, the generator for the terminal is still functioning. There are the odd flickering light here and there. Some lights have gone off completely, but where you are, the lights over the seating area for this gate are still on. They've been dimming at intervals over the past day or so. You're not sure how much longer the generator is really going to be set to keep them on. It's been 10 days since the world went dark at this point. 5 days since the noises started. Sounds like someone was walking. Sounds of someone calling for people. Sounds of horrible, terrifying things that you can only let your imagination really fill in the blanks for. However, eventually people started to disappear. People started to wind up, break down. Many people have tried to find their way, have left the gate you're at. A handful of people still remain, debating whether or not they can even trust this voice over the intercom of a now dead and defunct airport. However, the four of you, quietly glancing at one another, and with a quick nod, decide this is your chance. This is the best opportunity that you'll probably have to escape.
We did forget something.
Yes.
We are able to rearrange our virtue, vice, and moment.
Look, yes, you can do that now. Generally, I would say if you have a moment that'll come later, leave it at the bottom. If you can do it at any point, put it towards the top. Really, no more than like one, maybe two people should have their moment at the very top. If you want to let me know what order you want them in, I can rearrange them for you since different people have control of different pieces of your stack. Thank you for reminding me of that, Taylor.
I want mine to be vice virtue moment.
Okay, there you go. Whichever one is right under your name will be your top, then followed by the second, followed by the third, followed by your bring.
Yes,
Kitsune.
in case it wasn't clear. Yes, in case it wasn't clear. Also, you can use only the one at the top,
Yes.
and then when it goes away, the other one, the next one down, that's you can use. Yeah. So the order kind of matters.
I'm good with how mine is set.
Okay, Kitsune.
Vice on top, please, and then the virtue, and then I'll have. Well, you know what? I'll take and do moment, and then virtue.
Okay.
Interesting.
And Azeem.
I have no idea, so I guess I'll leave it as is for right now.
Okay. A lot of bottom moments.
Well, to be fair, a lot of these moments have some very similar potential timelines.
That's fair. All right. With the narration I just gave, you may begin.
Well, lads.
Wait, so I think I remember seeing the security department on the way to Terminal D. Maybe we could hit that up on our way there. What do you say, Bloix?
Oh, I'd say that's not
I know it's horrible. I do terrible voices. Sorry, that was my mother calling down to me saying that was terrible.
I have heard worse.
I'm good at acting, not so good at voice acting.
Let me get into character for a moment. Mentally.
That sounds like a good idea. Yeah. Maybe if there's anything there that might help protect whatever's making noise out there.
I mean, wait a second. Wait a second. Is this an American airport, or are we in, like, I don't know, China or something like that?
We are in the motherland.
Doesn't matter.
Let us assume it is an American airport since we're all from America.
What are you
are
talking
you
about,
talking
man?
about?
Well, lads, if you're quite done arguing over there, we can. Yes, we can be in our way.
So we got a Russian, an Aussie, I can't tell what Tyler is. Taylor is.
I'm an old stodgy codger.
Oh, okay.
As it says
I-
in the-
I am now
So
viewing
English.
you with a bowler hat. A bowler hat and the monocle.
Of course.
And
I
I
think
guess
it's just the
Also, for
American.
everyone's edification, Jim walks with a cane and has a vest and has a bowler hat and yes, he's pretty much exactly what you're imagining.
Yep, got it.
proper English. Got it. Yeah. Let's just get moving.
I'll follow you, Yank.
Jim will get up with his cane and be the first one to walk away.
I just
Yes.
stand waiting for Jasper to move.
Jasper's making his way.
Billy is following.
Okay.
All right, and so as we walk,
So the four of you are just okay.
starting in the direction of Terminal D, and I think we'll hash out plans as we move.
Yeah, you would be aware of the airport's layout, and I'll do this in the most poor man's kind of way I can do it. Each terminal has basically an area at the end that has a collection of gates, and is then basically a straight shot. Down. Who is making static? Thank you. And is then
I have a candle going.
a straight shot down. At the beginning of the terminals, you have a relatively large area with. I mean, there are the occasional like small stall or like side shop in the straight shot. They're fairly long, much longer than this actually makes it seem. There are stairs that are generally doors leading out in both directions, and from this outer courtyard kind of area, stairs going down a level to the tram. You could also, there are service doors at, you believe from what you've seen, sides, with at least one of them that would be leading off into area where crew and staff might go, and you could physically walk your way down to Terminal D, crossing through Terminals B and C on your way there. You don't know necessarily the specific layout, like whether you might end up coming out in a foyer or somewhere in the middle. You're unsure specifically. It might be a straight shot. It might lead you through needing to go through offices to reach another terminal. You're not positive. None of you work here. The only direct shot you really know of would be the tram, but again, that may or may not be running. The outer courtyard, at least in Terminal A, has a number of shops, food court in a couple of, like, in the right corner, places to sit, bars, lounges, etc. You are all basically, like, right here. I'll actually, like, go in that point. You guys are, like, right here, right towards the end of Terminal A. now beginning to make your way, I'm assuming, towards the main lobby of the terminal.
Yes.
Probably along the way, we'll need to, if we haven't done so already. I'm pretty sure at this point the store owners don't really care about the product in their stores at the moment. But stopping the in.
Like I said, some of them are closed up. Some that you'd seen had been had the like security gates and bars shut down. Some of them were just closed doors and locked up. Some of them may still be open. You might also be able to find things from, the odd stall here or there.
That's what I'm figuring, is go ahead and see what we can find to use to either protect ourselves or any other situation we might run into.
That's fair. I am gonna say the lights are flickering. They are dim. They are unreliable. If anyone wants to start with a source of light, such as maybe a electric camping lantern or a flashlight that you may have found over the past 10 days, I will need a roll. However, let me know now if you want to start with that.
I want to start with that purely because of character reasons.
Okay, you want to start with...
I was actually about to ask one other question. Any of us actually have, like, flashlight, a cell phone that's still powered on, or anything of a light source?
Well, here's my thinking. Jim, being the old stodgy codger that he is, he needs something to light his cigars.
Fair enough.
So I just don't leave home without lighting.
Okay.
Now, if need be, I could, being a survivalist and whatnot, I would maybe form a makeshift torch out of the chair materials or signposts or something like that, wrap some cloth around it, and we could use that as a flaming torch using the lighter to light it.
Well, that won't matter much unless we find a lighter now, will it? True. Watch me roll the first roll, fail the first roll. Oh, thank goodness, no.
Alright, Taylor, you want to start with the lighter?
I have a very nice, mid to high end lighter because Jim is a man who certainly does enjoy his cigars.
So is Zippo.
Okay.
Now, one of those butane lighters that's more like a blowtorch almost.
You do.
Exactly.
You do, in fact, have a very nice, ornate Zippo lighter. It's running a little low on fuel, but it's functioning for now.
That's what I get for assuming that I... Sorry, I can't. That's what I get for... That's what I get for assuming that I'll have enough juice to have a few cigars outside of the airport and not really bothering with anything else.
Yeah.
Oi, come on, Jim. Commit to it, mate.
Actually, I think I found you a really nice image for it.
Dan, you are trying to make a torch?
I figure that would be helpful and not use up batteries if we have flashlights or something.
Okay, well, no one's rolled for a flashlight, so you don't.
Well, I was asking about that, but I didn't know I had to roll for it.
Yeah, no, that's why I was just saying, if anyone wants something like a flashlight or a camping lantern, in this case a lighter, etc., they need to roll for it.
Okay.
Can I roll to see if there are any bags around that I could search?
Yes, in a second. We're doing this first.
Alright,
I will say, Taylor succeeded on his roll and rolled 2 1s. The dice pool is now 8 dice for the remainder of the scene.
How lovely.
Dan, Jacob, the two of you can discuss between yourselves if you want to be able to make a torch. You're going to have to roll to have found and secured kind of materials to craft that ahead of time. Like almost basically all airports, the chairs are not in fact wooden legged chairs here. They're metal seat benches. Jacob, if you want a flashlight, I will also need a roll for that. The two of you can discuss between yourselves, and I should ask ahead of time. We got distracted because so many people were wanting to do stuff at once. Taylor, did you want to use your vice?
Not in this particular case, no.
Okay, so yes, the dice pool is at 8.
All right.
I don't feel that it would be narrative appropriate, nor is it mechanically advantageous enough for me to try and shoehorn it in.
Okay.
Azeem, you go ahead and go first with the torch, and then I will do the search flashlight after. Okay.
All right, and okie dokie. So I roll 8d6. Holy cow!
Oh no!
Now, Dan, would you like to use your virtue to re-roll those ones?
Yeah, sure. I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay, now I'm gonna need you to narratively tie your virtue into the outcome, into the resolution, either in overcoming this challenge of making a torch, or how you have the materials to get the torch, etc.
Would say that, at basically first glance, he's looking around going, well, there's not a whole bunch of good materials like there are in the old outback out there. Let me see here. Well, some good old survival training might pay in handy here. Or we can just use all these bags that no longer have any owners to them and see if they've got anything more useful in them. And kind of using his cleverness, if you will, to problem solve the fact that there's a little bit of a lack of resources readily available.
Certainly. And taking a look around in some of the bags, actually, you do manage to find, with a little bit of effort, you're able to pry off one of the legs to a chair that seems like it'll probably be suitable. Long enough that it won't heat up all the way down to your hand, at least not in the time with the type of torches you'll be able to make, and you're able to get a few clothes that will adequately be able to be used to make a torch, and you tie those up and successfully make yourself a torch that you can light if Jim decides to give you access to his lighter.
I will say, for the record, you have probably noticed him smoking some cigars after it became clear that the no smoking zones were not really being enforced.
So go ahead, Dan, roll 5d6 to re-roll those ones.
Okay, 1 loss is not as bad as 5.
No, it is not. You only do lose a single dice from that roll.
Woo!
Jacob, with
Sorry
7,
about that, my books.
with 7 dice in the pool, do you still want to roll to start with a flashlight?
No, I will wait and see if we can find one.
Okay. So, the 4 of you begin to make your way down the terminal. The lights are fairly reliable for the first few gates, however, it's definitely useful having this makeshift torch that Jack has made for all of you. It gives you a small aura of comfort and safety. Moving down the terminal, you can see boarded, gated, closed shops kind of scattering the wall. Other terminal gates, many of them without lights on. It's strange for how many people were in this airport. You pass by probably 6 or 7 gates, and you don't see any other people. Even in the couple of gates that you passed, that the lights were still on. Whether people abandoned them or not, you're unsure. The moving walkways that would normally allow you to make a good pace that are on the floor are quiet, not moving. As you all continue to make your way down this terminal in the darkness, you pass a couple more gates. Until Billy, you spot something over to the left, at one of the gates, just as you're all passing it. It seems to be a shape of some kind, right on the edge of the darkness. You can't quite tell what it is. The gate you're passing also has a closed up shop. However, it is currently dark inside.
Oh, you blokes seen that too?
What'd you say, Bobby?
Oh, I asked if you blokes are seeing that too over in that shop over there.
I didn't notice anything myself. You want to take a closer look?
Silent, what shop is it that this figure was in?
The figure is not in a shop. It seems
okay.
there's some kind of shape, whether it's a figure or an object or something. Seems to be to your left at one of the gates. The lights above the gate are dim. A couple of them are kind of flickering on and off. However, this shape is kind of right at the cusp of like the pitch blackness, like right outside the edge of the area where it's really light. And to your right, there is a shop that seems to be closed up. It's not gated. It just looks like it may be locked, may just be a closed door, you're not really sure without going over. It's kind of right on the edge of you can kind of see it on the edge of the light given off by a couple of emergency lights a few feet away, and kind of right on the edge of your torch light. The shop itself is pitch black. However, from what you can gather, it may be some kind of bar or restaurant, potentially.
Right. Well, I can't rightly say what is over there, but I think I see something in that terminal. I think that might also be a pub over there. If you think it'd be worth nipping in, seeing if they have anything.
Billy will hesitantly look around and just nod towards Jim in agreement.
I feel like I could use to stop myself after the last few days.
Oh, I'm with you there, Bobby.
Vodka sounds good.
I'd rather keep my wits about me right now.
And on that note, we are going into the bar / possibly something else / maybe it's not even a bar area.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Jim, you're the one bringing folks over there. Go ahead and make me a check.
How many dice do we currently have? 7.
76.
And not terrible.
No, 2 6s. You do succeed. There is a 1. Do you want to use your vice to re-roll it?
I don't really see a way I can use this in this situation that would affect the narrative outcome, so no.
That's fine. So yeah, Jim, you're leading the way over, followed by Jack. What do you find? What does the store look like? What type of condition is it in, etc.?
Well, we find, much to Jim's disappointment, that it is primarily a restaurant with a bar attached, but not primarily a bar. And it's one of those. This is a sit-down restaurant inside an airport, so we're going to charge you twice as much type establishments. And there's obvious signs that people were there recently, and food still left on plates when people just abandoned their jobs because the world went dark. There's actually a decent stash of various drinks behind the bar.
And or glass bottled?
Glass bottles. Mostly, of course, the type that make...
we don't. I will say we don't know if there's anything over there yet. If you want to find, if you want to find anything inside, you need to head inside and actually.
Well, that was heading inside, but yeah, too much reach for one check.
Yeah, a little bit too much reach. If you want to actually find anything, I'm gonna say do another check for that. But yeah, no, you guys head over. As you said, Taylor, it's a small family restaurant type deal. Sit down with an attached bar.
Like a generic Applebee's.
Yeah, kind of. Looks like it was abandoned, kind of mid-use. The door itself was open. You did manage to head on inside. And are kind of looking around. It looks like there's a set of doors probably 15, 20 feet away that lead back to what you would assume would be some kind of staff area or kitchen. The bar is about 20-25 feet over to your left. Kind of at the edge of the restaurant's kind of space in the terminal. Taylor, what you said it looked like it was abandoned, kind of mid-use.
Yeah, mid-shift.
Anything else of note that you guys see with the torchlight in this restaurant?
Let me think about that.
Be right back, guys. I gotta go grab a drink of water.
Not a problem.
I think at this point, given the time, the most reasonable thing to expect is that these plates aren't completely empty, and so they have attracted rats.
Okay.
So there are rats scurrying about on the tables sifting through whatever crumbs of food remain in the restaurant.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, there's not a lot of them, but you do, as you guys make your way in, you see a small rat-like figure hop off of one table, scurry away. You can hear kind of the squeaks of the rats kind of echoing out of the darkness in a few more places as you all enter.
So, you lot want to check out the bar first, or think there might be something?
Billy kind of want to checks out around the bar to see what all he can find.
I'm kind of agreeing on that one.
Okay.
So I suppose 66.
Yeah, who's going over to the bar?
I will be.
Me too.
Everyone?
Guess
Well,
so.
Fall, but it's being spearheaded by Billy, apparently, so...
Okay. Yeah, no.
Oops.
Well,
Roll the 6 accounts! No, I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say, Billy, if you are the one who is spearheading this trip over to the bar, go ahead and make the roll. Do remember to not roll early, because if you roll up before I request a roll, I won't count any of the roll.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, then. I will roll it now.
Womp womp.
So, Billy, do you want to use your advice to re-roll that one?
Yeah. While walking towards the bar, Billy cowardly ducks back behind Jasper.
Okay.
Because what?
How does that affect the outcome?
A rat scurries.
Remember, it doesn't
Like,
have
would
to. It
that
doesn't
work?
have to necessarily affect the outcome. You just have to tie it
Yeah.
into the narration of the action, and it's another
Oh.
one.
Well, fuck.
All right.
Roll 20 giveth and roll 20 taketh away.
Ooh, I have an idea for what we find behind the bar, and why a rat jumped out.
Well, I do as well, and unfortunately the roll failed, so that means I have narration.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, or fortunately, I'm super happy about it. I
I have
think
the
it's
feeling
great.
we'll probably see something fairly similar.
As you all make your way over to the bar, the rats are kind of scurrying. There are definitely more rats over here. You can see kind of some of the plates picked clean. Some of them have small bones left on them. But as you reach the bar and kind of round it, going through a small gate to try to get inside, Jack, as you come up, kind of bringing up the rear and holding up your torch. You are all kind of looking around. You see all of you on the other side of the bar a pair of shoes, still kind of in place where you might see someone standing, serving, maybe after the lights had gone out and everything. Whoever was still trying to make their way and travel out of this airport before they came.
I sit across from those
But you see two.
shoes.
You see, no, you can't do anything.
Darn.
The scene is over. But you see these two shoes. I guess because Billy, you ducked behind Jasper. Jasper, you're the first one behind the bar. Billy kind of following in after you. And kind of looking down, at these shoes, you can see what almost looks like bloody stumps of the feet coming up just out of the top of the shoes, except Jack, holding the light down a little bit closer, it doesn't look like blood that's coming out of these feet that are in these shoes. It literally looks almost like someone clean cut the leg probably about an inch above the ankle. And you can see these shoes themselves are stained and with blood. There's blood on the floor, but it almost seems like there are these small bubbles that are forming at the top. Not blood, something else, something almost dark and reflective that are still kind of bubbling up, just slowly. Bloop, 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 bloop. As they bubble, they kind of pop, and you can see this kind of almost, as you lean down for a brief instant, kind of like a almost glittery mist kind of poof out of them and then dissipate into the air. And that is going to be where we end the scene. Now, the scene is over.
Okay.
But,
Hey, we had a scene one that took a actually appropriate amount of time this time.
yes.
I knew there was an extreme between fail the first check and it lasts several hours.
Alright. I want to find what page this is on so I can read to you all what's going to happen next. Okay. When a scene ends in 10 candles, there is an opportunity to move the story forward, not unlike in a film or book when the characters have suddenly arrived at their destination. The circumstances have changed, and new things have become true. This is done through what is known as establishing truths, which is a special phase of the game that occurs at the end of every scene. Establishing truths is a phase of the game in which the players and the GM have the opportunity to create new truths about the story. This allows you to move the narrative forward and change it in new and exciting ways. All establishing truths phases begin the same way, immediately following the candle being darkened. I will say, these things are true, the world is dark. This is spoken by me at the beginning of every establishing truths phase. Once spoken, the players and the GM will then go around the table, each establishing a single truth. This will continue for a number of truths equal to the number of now lit candles, in this case, 9. If the previous scene's candle was darkened due to a player failing a conflict, that player establishes the first truth. Otherwise, it would be the GM, but there's literally no other way in this instance for a candle to go out. All establishing truths phases end the same way, with the final available truth not being spoken by a player, but by all of the players collectively. The final truth is spoken in unison with the players stating the following, "And we are alive." The ability to speak truths is a powerful resource. When you speak a truth, you may establish any one thing as an irrefutable fact of the story. Each truth can only pertain to a single change in the story, but the change can be anything. Perhaps you've reached the hospital you've been looking for, or you found a stray dog wandering the streets. Maybe you found a loaded gun tucked away in a broken down police car, or have caught sight of something lighting up the sky in the distance. Truths can be helpful or harmful to the survivors. They can establish facts about characters, the environment, equipment, or dangers yet to come. They can be beneficial, establishing a cache of weapons and supplies you come across. They could be lighting and thematic, describing a budding spring rainstorm, or they can be dark and foreboding, hinting at a swarm of them lying in ambush just over the next ridge. When establishing truths, remember that while you are your character's advocate, you are also their adversary. Establishing truths is a fantastic way to overcome problems, but it's also a great way to create new ones. Once something is true, it is true. While you can build off of the truths of others, you can never contradict them.
Truths can also be blizzards, apparently.
Truths can also be blizzards. Yes. I am going to really quickly clear off my notepad here for scene 1 truths. And Kitsune, because you failed the check, you are going to be the one to start us off. So, these things are true. The world is dark.
I was tempted to do a blizzard, but you know what? There is a heavy, and I mean heavy, thunder and lightning storm going on.
There was a heavy, ongoing thunderstorm.
Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening.
Galileo.
The next
Copyright.
Jacob, you're up next.
What is true with all that we have done? The world is dark. It is a thunderous storm outside.
It was a dark and stormy night.
Ha! Would be a good one to throw in there.
It's up to you.
The noises that we've been hearing at the start of this are increasing.
Okay. The noises in the darkness are increasing. Dan.
So this is after our whole scene at the shop, or this is technically while we're still at the shop? Just trying to get an idea of like how we're doing this. Sorry.
Nope. You can establish one thing to be true.
The timeline so far is we are still in the shop.
Yeah.
The truths established can be used to move the timeline along, but usually only in minor ways.
If you're gonna move like the group as a whole like forward, do it especially with this module. Do it sparingly. I mean, I would say the earliest we should probably arrive at the plane would be at some point in scene 5, maybe scene 6. And at that point, if we arrive by that point, there's more time still for the party to have to go do other things, for maybe this plane to be able to take off, or something. Because keep in mind, this is 10 scenes happening over the span of roughly 3 hours.
So I'm kind of curious if I'm allowed to say my truth, if you will, is Jack has a bag of half a dozen bottles of vodka or something like that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Jack has collected a bag of half dozen
Full bottles of vodka.
Okay.
Kind of planning ahead here.
Your last stand. What do? I drink heavily.
Yeah.
You can't kill me. I'll kill my liver first.
If we're all gonna go out, we're gonna go out well.
Who's dumber, the dude trying to kill a dude or the dude trying to kill a dude that's trying to kill himself?
That sounds like a truth to me.
That sounds like a bad fortune cookie.
Hey, fortune cookies are true.
Let's see. What truth do I want to give you all?
I missed that. What was that again?
I'm thinking.
He's thinking. Everybody run.
I have a couple of ideas. I didn't spell that right. Okay. When you close your eyes or look into the darkness, you're all beginning to briefly see glimpses of either visions or hallucinations. You're not quite sure which. Taylor.
Visions and hallucinations.
In scene 1. Yep. It's a great thing.
Yes. Okay. Let's see. I'll give you one that's a little ambiguous to work with. The figure in the terminal saw us go in here.
Okay, the figure at the terminal gate saw the group enter the restaurant. Kitsune.
Sorry, I was just trying to figure out where the new list for truth was. Because as soon as I opened up my notes for the truth, it is literally last game.
Yeah, I'm currently editing it, so don't open it.
Okay, got it. Okay. It's storming. The figure saw us. We're hearing voices.
You have vodka.
Vodka is good, comrade.
Yeah. It's storming, it's dark. You're hearing noises, you're seeing shit, and you have alcohol. What more could you possibly want?
You know, with the raining, would the tram be located below ground level?
Yes, the tram is an underground tram.
It's slowly starting to flood.
tramway is...
Not quickly, but slowly.
Okay, the tramway is slowly beginning to flood.
This is a fun first set of truths so far.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to make up for last year where I screwed up.
Yeah, your truths were fine last year. Jacob, you're up next.
You know what? I got a good one since this is all focused around darkness and the sword. It seems as though any projected light is projected less further from its source.
Ooh.
So
The
projected
the
light
dark-
is muted.
Yes, so it steadily seems like darkness closing in.
Sorry, say that again. I had to mute Kitsune.
It seems like it seems as though the darkness is closing in as the light projected from its source is becoming less. If you
Okay.
get my drift.
Yep. All right, I've unmuted Kitsune. And Dan, you're the final truth.
I thought I was truth.
Who knows where truth is?
I actually wanted to do something with the rats, so I'm questioning if I should do something more ominous or just something kind of just fun.
I don't think you've had anything fun other than vodka collection at this point.
I was going to say also, ominous and fun are not mutually exclusive in this game.
That's also true.
I will leave it slightly ambiguous, though quite possibly verging on ominous. The rats start following us around.
All right, the rats are beginning to follow the group. And the final truth is that you're all going to say, and we are alive. I will count down from 3. When I say, after I say 1, go ahead and, as close to some semblance of unity as we can muster, everyone say, and we are alive. 3, 2, 1.
And we are
We are alive.
We are alive.
Well, it was in sequence at least.
Sequence, the opposite of unity, but close enough. All right. You will all also see on the right-hand side there is a handouts section where you can find all of the truths.
All right, so transition back into the scene. We see these weird
I
disembodied.
almost forgot.
Yeah, do I get my whatever
Just
thing
wait.
called?
Just wait, I haven't even introduced the scene yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay. As you all kind of see these feet behind the bar, you're all kind of taken aback, briefly, unsure really of what is happening in front of you. It's definitely seems to be something that's not natural, but none of you really know what else to say about it other than that. Kind of not wanting to be in this restaurant any longer. Jack, you quickly kind of scoot around the feet just kind of scanning the shelf for whatever seems to be full. And you grab about 6 bottles of vodka, quickly stuffing them into your bag as you all make your way out from behind the bar and away back towards the door into the terminal. As you kind of push the door back open, you can hear very faintly kind of the pitter-patter on the roof and the echoing rolls of thunder happening outside the terminal. It sounds like the storm that had begun earlier has started to pick up in severity. Turned into something that was more than just a light rain splashing across the glass every so often. As you make your way back into the terminal, however, you begin to kind of scan around the torch. The bright light that it was radiating out seems to be kind of closing in on you all, just ever so slightly since you started to leave the bar. And the noises that you're hearing from out past the edges of the light, things you used to attribute to other people or kind of just the settling of the building or God knows what else could be out there, seems to be more prevalent than it was before. Who's the last person out of the restaurant?
Not Jim. He's getting right the well bloody hell out of there.
I got out of there to avoid losing my losing whatever's in my stomach.
And I'm pretty sure Billy would be right behind them. So yeah.
Sounds like Jack's holding back till everybody's out.
Or he's
So-
just taking him to collect his stuff.
Yeah, you all threw Jack to the back. He's collecting the alcohol, so it's fine.
Important job, I might say.
Very, very important, comrade.
Jack, as you kind of make your way out, you kind of feel a couple of small brushes against your leg as you watch a couple of the rats kind of scurry out the door and kind of run to the edge of the light, kind of sit down, turning, kind of look at you. The squeaks that were intervaled throughout the restaurant have, for the most part, gone silent. And as you kind of glance around, you can see out of the corner of your eye what was in the front of this restaurant a nice big glass window. You're actually able to see just off the reflection that a small piece of it, actually, towards the base, seems to be broken and cracked out. And you seem to be able to see what almost looks like a handful of these rats beginning to hop out through the break in the glass.
I kind of look around at all the rats and kind of like motion to them and, oh, come on, you little critters. May as well stick together as one group. What do you say? And I just start walking towards the rest of the party.
I believe the term you're looking for is varmints.
Thank you. Yes, I was looking for the right word, but couldn't find it. Come on, you varmints. We all gotta stick together.
Yeah, as you kind of say this to the rats, they don't seem to understand you, as far as you can tell. They don't react or move or anything, but as you kind of take a couple of steps, a couple more, returning to the group out in the middle of this terminal walkway, as the edges of your light kind of creep away from the restaurant, you can see reflecting back at you as you continue glancing around, just outside of the very edge of the light, you know, a 4 or 5 sets of reflecting eyes. Then, there's 6 or 7. Then there's at least a dozen. Kind of all just outside of the edges of the light.
Boy, mates, I think we got ourselves some pet vomits here. Treat them nice. Rats don't usually attack unless provoked.
All right.
As long as they don't get me, it's fine.
Is anyone else looking at these rats?
No.
He points at them. I glance back.
Okay.
Ye-
Billy, are you looking at the rats?
Yeah, I'm assuming he does the same with, Jack pointing.
Okay. Jasper, you don't glance back, but Jim and Billy, you both glance back at these rats. Yeah, Jim, you see, probably at this point a couple dozen pairs of eyes, all low and reflecting back right from outside the edge of the light. And as you're kind of beginning to turn back, continue moving forward, out of the corner of your eye, you catch another set of eyes watching the group. Again, from right outside of the light. Very similar to the eyes of the rats, except they're bigger. And about 5 feet off the ground. And you kind of spin, doing a double take back. Nothing. Billy, you turn to look at the rats. And you can see the rats aren't that close to you. It's not like they're right up next to the torchlight. But probably 25, 30 feet away, underneath a light that is on nearby. It looks like there's just a sea of rats kind of swarming out of the darkness and under this light, and then back into the darkness. This endless swarm of rats.
Billy will curse something in Russian, and then just turn around and face forward.
Okay. I'd like to also note, Jim and Jack. Neither of you saw any light on behind you. In case
I thought so. I noticed that.
In case there wasn't, abundantly clear.
Yeah. I did notice that. I caught that. I liked it.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to clarify it, but I was pretty certain that it was that.
Yeah.
Jim's gonna turn to Jack. Lon, did you see that thing?
What, all the rats behind us?
No, there was something else almost. Bigger?
Something else. I look back.
I mean, there's a couple dozen rats on the edge of the light.
Kind of lift the torch higher. I don't see anything. Where'd you see that?
Was hanging right at the edge of the torchlight, just like the rest of the rats. And it was bigger and higher up off the ground.
Bigger and higher up off the ground. What, kind of like a dog or something?
Oh, like a man's height.
Man's height? Oi, is there a bloke out there? I start calling out into the darkness. Oi, it's okay, you can show yourself. The rats won't hurt you, unless you hurt them.
No, you don't seem to understand. There was... had, the eyes of a rat.
You all kind of hear shuffling coming from a little ways down the terminal as Jack calls out.
Where we came, or from where we're going?
Where you're going.
Okay.
Sounds like it's right near another one of the gates. Probably 2 or 3 gates down. where you can see a couple of flickering lights.
Keep an eye out for this giant rat. Let me know if you see it again.
Think that might. You think that might be someone down there?
If it's a ROTS, I need to catch that myself for my scrapbook back home. Oh, hard buggers to find those.
I don't think that. Well, A, it's ROUS, and B, I don't think those exist.
You're the one who's saying you saw them, Bobby. Don't know why you're trying to deny their existence now.
Right. Well, whatever in the God's name we just saw back there. Do you think that might be someone else up ahead?
It's coming from behind us now. Spin back towards the way we were going.
No, the bloody foot.
What about the bloody... I'm confused now. Where'd the bloody foot coming from? I thought we left the bloody foot because it got spooky.
Well, yes, I'm saying whatever the bloody hell that was, we should keep moving. And then I said, up ahead, there was a bit of shuffling, and I was wondering if you think that might be someone who's looking to go there like us, or somebody who's looking to ambush folk trying to get where we're going.
Hey, Commissar, buddy. You look like you're big and strong. If we have you out in front, ain't nobody gonna mess with this group.
I would prefer not to be in front. Jasper, comrade, why don't you go in front?
Which comrade?
He said Jasper.
No.
Jasper, comrade, why don't you go out in front?
If it's gonna let us get moving forward, fine.
Whisper under my bloody commie bastards.
What did you say about my homeland?
I didn't say anything about your homeland.
Very well.
Give me the dang torch, I'll take the lead.
I almost reluctantly, but do give up the torch.
Okay.
And Jasper's gonna take the lead and just start moving forward. Just good lord, these guys and the eye getting
Alright, yeah, no, you begin moving forward.
I invite one of the rats onto my shoulder.
What's that?
I invite one of the rats onto my shoulder.
Yeah, none of them come. None of them
Aw.
come closer than the edge of the light. Which means that now with all of you moving forward with Jasper in the lead holding the torch, they're a little bit closer to you, but they're not coming that close. Yeah, you all begin moving forward, and you do move down a couple of gates in distance. When you can hear again this shuffling coming, and now you can kind of tell, you can see a figure kind of moving along the next gate down has a single light that's kind of dim, flickering in and out, like not into pitch blackness, but like dimming and then coming back a little bit, but still pretty dim. And there's a figure right on the edge of that light, kind of hunched over. Almost looks like it's trying to like half hide itself behind some seats. Next gate down.
That's a mighty odd thing for a fella to be doing.
Oi, Bobby. Is that the ROUS you saw?
Quite certainly not.
bloody devil still avoiding me.
What is wrong with them, I wonder?
It almost looks like they're trying to hide. But from what?
They're trying to hide from us. They're not doing a very good job of it.
Well, I for one vote we leave them to it.
I can't really see any reason to argue. They might have some information or things that we could use. I can't really think of much that would help in this situation, though. Do you think they're all right? I mean, it doesn't seem normal.
Well, I don't think there's anything very much normal going on around here.
Yeah, I second that one.
I look back at the swarm of rats behind us, and look back at the group.
Okay, yeah, you turn around, take a look at the rats. There's still probably,
No, that's just acknowledging the fact that nothing's normal.
Yeah, no, I mean, you turn around and you look at the rats. There's still probably just, a couple dozen right on the edge of the light. Kind of turn back to the group. The lights at that gate that you saw the figure at, all on.
We all see the lights all on?
No, Jack, all the lights are on.
Okay.
You still can't quite make out the figure. It's still kind of tucked down beneath like the benches of chairs, trying to like hide behind them. It looks like, from what you can see, like it's some kind of coated figure. It looks like they're kind of crouched down, like holding an arm.
Clarification: are they holding their own arm?
Yes, like they're like one of their arms is like across their body, like holding up near their shoulder.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no, I realized that when you asked it.
Holding an arm is very non-specific in this particular game.
But yeah, no, it looks like just a figure wearing a red coat, kind of holding like their arm up near the shoulder. But yeah, no, all of a sudden, just like all of the lights at that gate that this figure is at, Jack, they're just on, lights spilling into the throughway that you're walking down. All coming from that gate.
I feel like we are being led somewhere.
Billy, the lights aren't on at the gate.
Oh. Okay.
That's why I kept saying, Jack, the lights are on at the gate.
Oh, I see
Okay,
the lights
so
on at the gate. Oh,
Only
okay.
Jack sees the lights. To us, we're
Yeah,
still off the board.
Yeah, only Jack can see these lights on at the gate and can seemingly
Oh,
make
I'm
out
sorry.
what
I
this
thought you were
what this
talking
figure
to
is.
Billy. Sorry. Okay. So I'm seeing all of this, really.
Yeah.
Okay. My apologies.
Anyway, continuing on from where the person said nothing's normal right now.
Yeah.
Well, be that as it may, you can't exactly, I don't know, abandon the bloke if he needs help.
I mean, how does he think he's hiding with all those lights on over there? mean, my goodness, it's bright as day, just about.
What lights are you talking about? It's still dark and they still just have the torch.
Nah, Jack, all those lights are fucking on. It's awesome.
Kind of realizing something here. Jack starts walking towards that guy. I don't know if it's necessarily what I should be realizing, but I was playing with my character a little bit. Stops just a few paces after, like, walking past Jasper, looks back at the group. Come on, guys. I think this might be the right way. Call it a hunch. And I start walking towards the lights.
Okay.
And the guy who's over there.
Yeah, Jack, you are making your way forward, and you there's like a couple feet of darkness between where like these lights kind of like are starting to dim and like where the torchlight is. But I mean, you can see where you're going just fine. You begin making your way over towards the next gate down. The rest of you watch Jack just walk into the darkness, out of the torchlight. But Jack, yeah, no. If anyone wants to chase after him, they can. I would remind you that only Jasper has a light source in your group at the moment. But Jack,
Technically,
a real light source in your group.
yeah.
But yeah, Jack, you are making your way over towards this figure. Go ahead and make me a roll.
Ready? What am I rolling here? 9?
9.
9, 9, 9, 9, 9!
Alright, you did roll a 6, so you do succeed. And you did roll more 6s than me, so you have narrative control. There are 2 1s.
I noticed I didn't get my virtue back.
No.
Oh no! Once you use it, it's gone.
Yeah, once you use those, they are
okay,
permanently gone.
Okay, got it.
You have 1 use of them the entire game.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, I will hold on to that tech-savvy thing, non-tech-savvy thing. 2 is not that bad, so...
Alright, so the dice pool is down to 7.
Easy way to tie that in.
Really?
And,
Yeah, I was gonna say something like he doesn't even notice the fact that the fluorescent lights aren't actually projecting light or anything. He's just seeing light over there is what I was gonna kind of...
no, they are.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I was gonna say if I used my vice, I would do something like that. But...
Okay, yeah, no, I apologize. Like, I thought I had made it clear, like, the lights are on.
No, I know, but... Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. But yeah,
so-
no, I... Yeah.
Yeah. So, no, Jack, you're making your way over to this figure. Go ahead and describe what's over here.
Okay, so it is another terminal. Lights are quite bright here. Surprisingly so.
Another gate.
Or I'm sorry, yeah, the gate itself. Yes, sorry. I would say surprisingly, at least from where I am, everything seems actually almost clean and orderly, actually. Almost inviting, in fact.
Yeah, no, definitely. It looks like this was, recent, like, night before cleaned, wiped down, like any stray trash picked up, put away. Yeah, no, definitely.
Am I allowed to, like, describe the dude with this, or...
Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. What are you finding when you walk over there to this figure?
So I'm picturing more of like a older dude. Now getting closer. He's got like a bleached white hair, just about. I'm gonna say also though that what he's cradling at first looked like his arm, but as I get closer, I would say that there is clearly a young child that he is cradling in his arms, actually tenderly. And I don't know what else I can do, narratively speaking.
Yeah,
but I
no,
mean,
that's
I would say like he looks at me and his face is warm, welcoming, and very friendly. If I can
Yeah.
go that far.
No, absolutely. Yeah, no, you make your way over to this other gate. The rest of you see Jack kind of disappear past the edge of the torchlight, and then eventually you can see him starting to move over towards this figure, kind of right at the edge of this flickering light. The next gate down. Jack is an elderly gentleman, not super old, but probably early 70s.
Yeah.
He looked like he was holding like his arm, but no, his arm is actually one cupped under the other, cradling a small child, probably 3-4 years old. The child kind of glances up and notices you as you walk over under the lights. Uh, Rosy cheeks. Looks, well taken care of, well off, considering, how quickly everything else got run down. The the baby kind of sees you and kind of does that like yeah, like weird little baby laugh. The rest of you hear something kind of echoing from down there, but you can't quite make it out.
Oh god, this is gonna be so creepy when the rest of the party gets over here.
What are you lads waiting for? We should go after him.
Yeah, you have all literally like watched Jack walk like 35 feet in just pitch black darkness. Just like standing there like, huh.
And
Bill will follow them to not end up alone.
I
So whatever the
think
main
we
group
all
says.
are.
the whole group is kind of like still shock and awe of like, wait, where's Jack going? Why is he just walking away from us?
Pretty much.
Yeah, no, so the rest of you follow Jack?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, you all kind of quickly make your way. You can hear kind of the skittering of rats, probably like 10, 15 feet behind you. But, yeah, no, you all make your way over to where Jack is. And you see he's kind of now crouched down. Kind of like looking at this old man. As you get closer in the torchlight, you can kind of make it out clearer. This older gentleman, probably in his 70s, kind of cradling a small child. You can kind of see a little bit more in the area, and you can actually see Jim as you guys are making your way down. Because of where this gate is, you know how in airports there's like the actual like tunnel that connects to the plane that you walk down. There's normally like big windows on either side.
Mm-hmm.
You guys can see like the lightning and the pouring rain outside of this ongoing storm. Kind of the terminal, outside of the terminal, the runways abandoned. You can see really quickly in one of the flashes of lightning, what looks like an overturned like baggage cart out there. Planes just left kind of strewn around. But as you guys are making your way down there, Jim, in one of the flashes of lightning, as you kind of like glance over to the side, probably about 25, 30 feet away from where you all are now, next to this gentleman and the child, This hunched over rat-like humanoid figure, long, slender tail kind of flipping behind it, just kind of perched on one of the seats. Just these yellow gleaming eyes kind of staring at you all. Just perched on one of the seats. And then another lightning flash later. Gone.
That's a little fucked up.
that is not as creepy as I was expecting, but still very
Speak
creepy.
for yourself.
I was expecting you guys to get over here, and the elderly guy with all of you guys would be a dead corpse or something like that. So,
Nope,
Don't give him ideas.
It's just a dude. Dude and a baby.
But can't people be some of the greatest monsters?
Yes.
But right now I'm more concerned with the very obvious rat monster thing outside. All right, tell me this time that none of you blokes saw that.
Saw what, Bobby? Oh, I'm sorry. Saw what, Bobby? As I'm trying to be quiet around the kids so I don't spook it or something.
I'm not sure what I saw, but I hope not to see it again.
Only Jim saw it.
Oh,
That's why I spoke directly to Jim.
shit. Sorry. What are you talking about, Jim? I did not see anything.
Well, there was something out there. Only really saw it with the flash of lightning, so it might be a trick of light or something, but it looked like a giant man-rat thing.
Okay.
Bloody disturbing it was. If it was some bloke in a costume or something, it's the idea of a practical joke. It's not exactly funny.
It was the legendary ROUS. One of these days I'm gonna catch that little bloke. History books, my friend, history books.
Y'all crazy.
Hello.
Sorry.
Are you all from? Is there a gate nearby that I can stay at with light?
Holy shit!
What?
Where did that voice come from?
The dude who's right in front of you.
Sorry. Okay. I did not catch the part that we were talking with somebody. I'm sorry.
He's right in front of you guys.
Yeah,
Oh, he's
again,
like,
I didn't hear anything about that, so I guess that was on me. I apologize.
I'm supposed to be the one who's clueless, Jake.
Well,
he's very
we're-
awkward. Well, that was actually appropriate reaction.
We're making our way over to Gate D. Apparently, there's a pilot there with a fueled up jet, ready to get the hell out of here.
I mean, but
We did just come over from Gate A, if you're just looking for a place that's closer.
you're all still in Terminal A.
We came from gate 55.
Yes.
855, right.
You guys
So
are
that's the thing I said.
probably at about gate 36, 35 at this point.
Gate 55 still has light. That's easier. It's closer. We're heading out in the other direction though.
There's nothing back there. I mean, there are bodies back there, but I mean, you're the first people I've seen alive since starting to make my way. Just trying to hide under whatever. He kind of glances up the flickering fluorescent light. Jack, he's just looking up for you at just a ceiling full of bright fucking lights. I'm trying to stay in whatever lights I can. I saw you all go into that store over there. I didn't know who you were, what you were doing, so I just kind of came down to the next nearest light. It's not great, but I mean it's not the darkness. I mean if you're saying that there's a gate further down that has light. I mean that. But you said there's a plane?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, as far as, when the intercoms went off in our gate, we heard that there was somebody there, a pilot in one of the gates in the D gates, said he was going to be taking off in about 3 hours. I think that was about, 10, 15 minutes ago?
It's about right.
Probably about that, yeah, probably about 10 minutes ago.
So we're making our way that way while trying to navigate this damn darkness.
Wait, the intercoms are still working.
At least in our area, they are.
It's good to know that there are still other people out there, at least. And he kind of holds up the child in his arms. This is the only other living person I'd run into until I found you all. I say there are bodies. I've only seen like bits and pieces of people. Really?
Were they strange looking? You
I
only ask
mean,
because we saw
like
like
that they're strange looking in that they're parts of people. A lot of them are being
Oh.
eaten by the rats, but
well, no, I meant we found some, like, I guess the best way to put it, disembodied feet recently, and it looked like there was some sort of strange muck bubbling up out of them. It's downright disturbing.
I haven't gotten close enough to any of them to really take a look. I just saw this child in, a child carrier, and couldn't just leave it there. So I've been taking it with me, trying to find any safe space I can.
Well, I mean,
And as he gestures up with the child, as the light above kind of flickers on, Billy,
Yes.
as the light kind of flickers just a little bit brighter up above you all, and he kind of holds up the child. You kind of like glance at the child. Its eyes are melting. It almost looks like something. It looks like very familiar to you, and how like if someone is like too close to, like out in like an actual active combat zone, like if they're too close to like a massive blast of like somewhere where they're gonna get like hit by like very very intense heat, like that's probably gonna kill them, or like what you've seen in like old war footage of like people getting like hit with a flamethrower. Like it literally, like this child's eyeballs are like starting to like melt and seep out of the sockets.
That's creepy as shit.
Due to the exposure to the light.
No, just there's like they look like they're like half melted out of its eye sockets. You can just see it now as he holds up the child, and the light above flickers.
no, that's funny. I thought eyeballs would be more of the pop and burst into steam.
What happened to the baby?
I mean-
The eyes.
I mean, I don't know what happened to him. He, was just sitting in a child carrier, and so I went and picked him up, and I mean, he kind of like moves his finger around, like pokes the baby, and it's like its arms reach out and like grab at his hands and like tug on his finger a little bit, and kind of makes like one of those like happy child noises. I figured I couldn't leave it abandoned there.
Well, I'm assuming Billy would know basic first aid and such due to being a soldier, training, medical and such, right?
Yeah, and you kind of like look back down, and the baby's totally fine.
Nothing wrong with it.
No.
What? Billy will just curse in Russian. Very confusedly.
Okay.
Like, just very much confused.
Mm-hmm.
Then he'll turn over to the group and be like, did any of you guys see that?
See what?
Just now when the light flashed, it looked as if the baby's eyes were melting, as if they were being burned by a flamethrower on an open battlefield.
Oh,
And yeah, I would know what that looks like.
The man kind of like, his eyes kind of go wide. He kind of like takes a step back from you, kind of like checking the baby really quickly and like looking at you, like starting to like kind of glance around.
Billy
I
will
think
just, upon saying that, will just peacefully put his hands up and just slowly step back away from him. Just still closer towards the light, but
I think the light's just playing a trick. Don't worry about it.
I think it's right strange that there's so many light tricks played by the light recently.
Can you honestly blame it though? We've been stuck here for like 10 days, hearing noise for 5. I think we're all on edge.
Well, as long as we stick together, we can all make sure that we're getting tricks played on our eyes.
duh.
Kind of looks around at all of you. I mean, if there's a plane that knows of somewhere safe, do you think I can go with you?
I don't see why not. What about you guys?
I'm all for it.
That would be better. I mean, the more the merrier.
As long as you keep your wits about you, I don't see any reason not to.
You can all begin to hear kind of from... Well, I shouldn't say all of you. Jasper, Billy, and Jim, from back in the darkness behind you all. You all can kind of hear kind of rise in volume in the chittering of the rats. Jack, it's still really light here. It's super clean. The rats are still, a gate away at the edge of the light that this gate's giving off. No real increase in the chittering to Jack, at least.
Well, what was your name, friend? To the old man, I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
What was your name?
I mean, my name is like I almost said Jim, but that's your character's name.
More than one person can be named Jim. Just for the record.
I know this, but no. My name's Franklin. I don't know what this little one's name is.
Well, Franklin, Jim, do you know, perhaps is there another way out of this gate that you might know of?
I mean, I know there are, like, staff areas off of the, entrance to the terminal. He kind of points down the way you guys are heading. There's also the underground tram.
Wait, which one were you hoping to make for yourself?
I don't... I don't know. I don't know what the... I was in Terminal A, so I don't know if... I don't know if the are any lights in the staff-only areas. I don't know if the terminal's running or not. I don't know if there are even any lights down at the tram. I'm not sure. I mean, whichever way you all think is the safest.
Jack looks to the rest of the group, and honestly, well, I'm not quite certain how to describe that, but he turns to the rest of the group, and I think it'll be wise for us to maybe look into the oh shit, what was it called? Not the tram, the other ones.
The staff-only area?
Staff-only areas, or the tram.
The only
Perhaps
other thing...
proceeding down the way this guy's already come might not be the best way for us to go forward. Perhaps heading down one of these other two options might be a better way for us to go forward.
Well, he's just been in this terminal.
Well, I meant the gate area, because he said that behind him, he had just seen disembodied parts and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, you can still see, like, at some of the gates, like, heading down, there are still, like, flickering lights. There's still, like, some emergency lights functioning on the floor. Basically what you got, the same type of stuff as you guys had already traversed. But you do need to go down that way to get to either the entrance to the staff-only area or the entrance to the tram.
I'm playing off my character's hope thing right now, so...
Yeah.
That's why that's why I will be kind of championing for the idea of trying out these other two options that he suggested.
Well, yeah, no, those are the options. I'm just saying that you still have to go down the way this dude came to get to them.
Okay. Darn it. Yeah, well, still.
The only other thing I could think of is maybe heading outside. I mean, I'm sure you could get the entrance to one of these tubes that they connect to the planes open and get outside, but he kind of glances outside as, like, 4 bolts of lightning, like, flash across the sky, and it's just fucking downpour.
Yeah, I don't think going outside's gonna be much of a plan with that storm going.
Oh, yeah, I mean, but...
No, I definitely agree, yes. It's,
Sorry, I'll shut up.
what's the best
Go
to
ahead.
avoid that?
Another issue with leaving Sue's one of the gates is they are quite far above the ground, and I don't believe there would be any ladders. I'm assuming it's basically a standard operation for a gate, how the plane will park and then it'll kind of like move out with the platform and go up, butting up to the plane door.
Yeah, it's the same type of thing as, like, when you go into an airport to fly someplace. Like, you head into the gate, you walk, like, down this, like, long tube. I mean, they have exits out of them with, like, ladders going to the ground. There's normally, like, one kind of, like, landing outside of them. But yeah, no, they're just the type of thing that it's just, you know, they just butt them up against the plane and you hop into the plane door through them.
Okay.
Realistically, if you wanted to get into this other plane that's in Terminal D, you'd have to go down one of these gates, find one that you could get open, get down to the ground, presumably off this landing, go across just the open runways, or like through like maybe like one of the plane hangars that might lead you over closer to Terminal D. Find a way back into the terminal, and then get to the gate that this plane is at.
Gentlemen, be right back. I think I heard a knock at the door.
It's late at
Well,
night?
That's ominous.
Yes.
Ah, nah, I did order some food, so
This late at night?
yes, that's late
Why
at
not?
night.
That's kind of
Dude.
ominous. Wait, no.
I slept until 3 in the afternoon today. Leave me alone.
I mean, I can't judge. I'm usually up all night and sleeping during the day anyway.
But yeah, Jack will pipe up. Oi, I've seen worse thunderstorms than this out in the back. This ain't nothing new. Water's nothing that's gonna hurt you unless it's, reaching the bottom lip or something.
Yes, but remember, our only source of light
Is also
that will be out there. Well, yes, but once we are in the other terminal, there might not be any lights, and well, might I remind you, we are using a flaming torch as a primary light source.
That's
Easy solution,
That's your only light source.
As our only light source.
Easy solution, mate. We look around for some flashlights. I mean, this is a airport, and the personnel here would have to have emergency flashlights to direct people to safe areas. So it makes sense there might be a flashlight lying around at least one of these gates.
I'm gonna go on an assumption.
We just have to
Sorry.
find personnel. I haven't seen any, but I haven't looked that closely.
Nah. They'll have usually something at one of these gate desks. They have to have it readily available in case of emergency. Kind of like right now. Only everybody's already disappeared. Except for us.
Failing that, there might be some.
I mean, if you want to look for a flashlight, someone can look for a flashlight.
Some lights in a.
Lights are on here. I'll look for flashlights.
Yeah, the lights are on for Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Does Jack say that the lights are on for him to us?
He hasn't yet.
That is actually.
Okay.
Well, I think I mentioned something, but I intentionally left it vague.
Yeah.
So, because again, I'm kind of just playing off trying to do the whole roleplay thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is it okay if I go ahead and just wander off to look for some flashlights?
Yeah, no, you just wander back off away from the group over towards where you can see the gate desk, probably about 15-20 feet away. The rest of you will see Jack wander back out and just kind of cresting out of the edge of the light of the torch and kind of disappear behind something. All of you can kind of see. I haven't asked for a roll yet.
Oh shit! Sorry.
The rest of you kind of see
What's up,
like
Sam?
the eyes of the rats that are in the darkness over there, kind of separating and parting for Jack to kind of move past them, getting like a good 5-6 feet away from where he's walking. Jack, there are no rats where you're walking though, that you can see at least.
It's all in our heads.
But yeah, you make your way over to the terminal desk. Go ahead and make me a check.
I want to try to re-roll those ones for the rest of the party.
That is up to you. You did roll 3 6s. I did not roll any 6s, so on my 1 dice. So you do have narrative control over what the success will look like, over what specifically you do find.
Can't really think of a good way to work in the not tech savvy stuff really for
Okay.
advice here.
No, that's fine. Is dice pool going to 5?
Yeah, I guess so.
Ouch.
I want to get rid of that text set. Hang on. Is there
Okay.
anything I can do?
I can't think of a compelling way.
Yeah, nothing that unfortunately works because I'm trying to find technology. So that kind of bites me in the ass there, you know? So unfortunately, I think I'm going to let the die pool fall to 5. Sorry. But I will say, however, to kind of counteract that, the fact that I rolled 3 6s, that I check out the tables, and I find while looking with the lights on and everything, it's really really easy, and I find myself 2 big old functioning almost spotlight type flashlights, the big ones that they'll use for like really getting the lights on the place and whatnot. But I also find one of the smaller flashlights with the cones on it that they use for directing planes. And
Okay.
I grab them, I check them real quickly, and one of the big old bright lights is working. The other one is not, and the smaller direction cone with the cone on top of it, that one is working too.
Okay. So yeah, you find one big handled industrial flashlight. It has like the button on top that you can press to turn it on and off. You kind of flick it a couple times. It's not as bright as it could be. But the rest of you still see this, at least serviceable beam of light blast up from over what you can now see as a desk, where Jack's kind of standing there flicking this big industrial light, and you kind of see this orange glow in his hand, sending off a tiny beam, not very far. It's more just an aura of light of this tiny directing cone.
And I walk back over to the group with my findings.
Yeah, no, you see him just kind of flick the lights off and just kind of walk back to y'all.
See what I tell you, mates?
Damn it, old Jack, you can't just wander off into the dark.
I look back towards where I came from. What are you talking about? It's bright light over here. I can see everything like it's daylight. So wonderful here.
What are you talking about? We just saw you walk into the darkness. The rats splitting apart, leaving you about a 6-foot circle. And then just a blast of light from when you found the flashlights.
Oh, that's strange. I swear to you right now, we're standing in bright fluorescent light. And the place looks spotlessly clean.
I mean, there's a light on above us, but I mean, it's hardly call this. I mean, maybe this could be considered bright now, but I mean, it's the only working light in the gate. And Jack, you kind of look around, and you at a point in time you blink, and when you kind of open your eyes from blinking, yeah, no, just like they were saying, it's pitch black over here. There's just this one flickering light on above you. You can see kind of things left strewn about the seats, bags abandoned.
Boy, that is strange. As I'm looking around wide-eyed, that is so strange. Because I swear to you, I was standing damn near in daylight.
Well, it's been a very odd,
Boy, I wonder if that has anything to do with that ROES you've been seeing, Bobby. You think
Right,
maybe
almost
perhaps
forgot.
this whole thing is just in our heads?
It's possible, but I'm sort of I mean, on the one hand, it doesn't really make much sense, but on the other hand, you didn't run into anything or anything on the way over there, and you found things. So if it was in your head, then somehow you could actually know where things were.
Jack, your brain is a flashlight.
Ha!
No, guys. He has dark vision.
Dark vision 60 feet.
Alright, let's hope it happens again. I think it could be a good sign, though. I think it's a good thing we found this guy. And old Jerry right there. As I hold my finger above the baby's face.
Franklin. My name's Franklin.
Oh, I meant the child.
Oh, I don't know what the child's name is. I'm sorry.
I'm calling him Jerry. He looks like a Jerry. Don't you,
Oh.
Jerry?
Okay.
Anyways, now we got a flashlight, so we don't have to worry about the torch burning out if we go outside. Actually, we got 2 flashlights. I popped the cone off real quickly.
Make me a roll. See if you
Oh.
can actually detach this cone from this light.
Oh, it's not that simple? Oh. I know the airport just uses flashlights with orange cones stuck on them. So, okay.
Yeah, no, you know what? I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. That's fine.
Okay.
I'll give it to you. Sure. Yeah, it's still not a very bright light, but yeah, no, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
I was just looking at you, not very tech savvy, like,
I was actually thinking, it would be funny if I just used that not tech savvy if I pop this thing off, or if I didn't pop it off, to just use my tech savvy thing to say I just smack it on the ground real quickly, concussive maintenance style.
and roll to not break it. No, you're a wilderness ranger survivalist. It takes you a couple seconds. Yeah, I'll give it to you. That's fine. Well, should we start making our way down, back down towards the beginning of the terminal?
I think that would be a good idea.
I still think it would be good for us to head outside. I like that idea. I feel more at home outside than I do inside these cramped concrete barriers here. The walls are closing in.
I mean, we do have a couple flashlights now, but he kind of looks down at the child. I'm not sure how the baby would handle getting soaked out there.
Fair point.
Perhaps if it doesn't work out where we are going, we can hunt for maybe some protection from the rain for the wee lad. I don't know where that came from.
You said lad and lass at the same time because of the apparently non-specific nature of this child's gender.
We blink and suddenly I'm Irish.
Yeah, I was gonna say you've just moved a few thousand miles. In
I
origin.
would walk 2,000 miles.
Oh god, I love that song. I'm not even gonna make fun of it because I love that song so much.
No, basically what I meant to say was if it doesn't work out, we should go and see if we can't find some rain protection for the child, and then try outside.
I will say that. Do any of you have anything to eat? I haven't. I've only had like some crackers a couple days ago. I've barely had anything to feed myself or the child.
Well, we haven't had too much ourselves. We don't have anything on us. There might still be something, and I know there's some restaurants and such in the end of the terminal.
You said there was bags strewn around, just abandoned, right?
Yeah, suitcases of various types.
Is there any way I can walk over and search one? Maybe find, like, extra clothing, maybe a granola bar or two, like someone was bringing in snacks?
Yeah, you want to go search some of the bags in the area before you
Yes.
guys move on? Okay. Go ahead and make me a check.
I apologize right now if I end this scene like the first.
If he ends the scene.
That's a success.
That
Hey!
is a success, and I did not roll a 6. So, one dice, you have your moment on top. So the dice pool does go down to 4, but you do succeed. Well, go ahead and tell me, looking at these bags, searching through some of them, what do you find?
Well, searching, I walk over to what appears to be one of those bigger, nicer suitcases. You know those, like, hard ones that people will get when they're traveling?
Yeah, one of the ones that, is barely big enough to actually be, like, an onboard luggage case, yeah.
Yeah.
The ones those
I
assholes
op-
use to take up, like, half of the storage space above the seats.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's the
Yeah.
real horror story in the airport here.
Yeah.
I open it and suddenly one of them jump out. No, I'm joking. I open it up and I search through. I see some old clothing, like a windbreaker type thing that I grab. Searching around a bit more, I come across, you know those like Nutri-Grain granola bars where it comes with like 2 smaller like granola bars inside the one wrapper?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
I find one of those and a small, like, what's like a little like 20-ounce bottle of water. Or is that too big for them to get past checking?
Fuck if I know.
Yeah,
Sure,
20 ounce
it's
would
20.
be too big. I think it's something like 4 ounces or 8 ounces of clear water.
Let
Something
me
like that.
let me double check.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, you do have narrative control. Maybe the guy was smuggling stuff in. Check that bag for more stuff, will you?
Oh, trust me, I'm going to.
You're allowed to bring a quart-sized bag of liquid aerosols, gems, creams, and pastes in your carry-on through the checkpoint. These are limited to travel-size containers that are 3.4 ounces, 100 milliliters or less per item. So yeah, you find like a 3.5 ounce bottle of water.
I grab that, so I keep digging deeper and deeper into the bag. And I find something that it appears the screeners missed.
Okay.
I find a small package containing what appears to be a green herb. Then I walk back to the group. Yes, I take the package.
Okay, are you just carrying it back to the group?
Yeah, I'll just pretty much wheel the whole thing over.
I don't
with
think
the
they
stuff
make
that I find.
3.5 ounce water bottles.
That was the TSA official size limit.
Well, no, what I mean is they just don't let you have water bottles. Because, like, have you seen, like, those teeny tiny water bottles that you can, like, stick in a mini fridge? Those are, like, 8 ounces. Oh, well.
Oh,
Someone
okay,
has-
okay. Yes, no, you can actually just find, Kitsune, if you want, you can actually just find a reusable water bottle. I'm looking
Okay.
at water bottle rules on the TSA site, and you're allowed to bring a reusable water bottle through the TSA checkpoint of an airport, no matter the material and size, as long as it's empty. Once your empty bottle has gone through security, you can fill it up at a refilling station and bring your full water bottle onto the plane.
Yeah, and I guess this would be about the time where they were staging for the plane. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that it's full.
Yeah, so yeah, no, you can find like a normal bottle of water.
Yeah,
So
that makes
normal
sense.
bottle of water. It's gonna be one of those somewhat nicer. It's gonna be a nicer water bottle because I mean, come on, I found it in one of those asshole suitcases,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So
So yeah, Kitsune comes back. Not Kitsune. Billy returns to the group. carrying a water bottle, kind of an old, medium-sized windbreaker.
I keep that package full of herbs to myself. It's definitely
So
herbs that they were smuggling.
You just pocket it.
Yeah, for right now.
So yeah, you have a
Pre-rolled too.
you have a pack of weed in your pocket.
Oh, you say it's weed now, but I'm sure there's truths that can change that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right.
You're like,
now,
get really
no, I
stressed and you start lighting up oregano.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh god, I'm totally doing that.
Like, and you found it in some pretentious person's case. So like it wasn't quite rolled up. It was just like paper around some like gourmet organic spices or something.
Well, Kitsune, you have narrative control over what this is. So what is it? Is it like paper rolled around like some kind of like green spice? Is it like pre-rolled joints? Is it just like a baggie of weed?
I'd say it's a baggie of weed, but I wouldn't have a pipe to smoke it. So
Plenty of paper.
I'm going to go with it's a package of what I think and pretty sure is weed, and we'll be finding out very shortly.
Okay.
Because you'll see what I'm gonna do, and it's
Okay.
also gonna have paper, and I'm not. Well,
Is
would
it
they
just
have
like-
a lighter tucked in with it?
Probably not a lighter tucked in with it, but I mean, like, if you wanted, if this is just like normal,
Yeah.
is it normal paper? Is it like rolling papers?
Rolling paper, like
Okay.
they were set up to wherever the hell they were going to get off the plane and roll a joint.
Okay.
Considering
There's even a
the
pre-rolled
luggage,
one
they
in
might not
there.
have even waited to get off the plane.
Yeah. Yeah, it turns out the TSA at this airport weren't very good.
Yeah, they really suck.
Yeah.
To be fair,
America.
I was going to say, to be fair, they've done studies, and the TSA just kind of sucks in general.
Yeah.
Which is what I'm banking off here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, he comes back with a water bottle and a windbreaker,
Don't forget the granola bar too, like
Oh,
that
yeah.
Nutrigrain.
and he has a granola bar in wrapping.
Which I will then head to Jim and the kid that is apparently named Franklin.
Gary.
For, you know,
Franklin is the old
Jim
man.
too. Yeah.
We will not get this correct for the entire rest of the session.
No, you won't. You won't. It's okay.
But I'll hand it to him. You might want to use the water to soften it up for the little one.
Well, I appreciate it. He kind of takes some of the granola and kind of like opens the bar, and it's already like pretty soft granola, but yeah, no, he like takes some of the water from the water bottle and like kind of splashes it on, like mushes the granola, splashes a little bit more, and mushes more of the granola up, and kind of the kid is kind of like clapping his hands and like looking at him and kind of like probably
How old
like,
did you say this child was?
like 3.
Okay. The way you're describing it, I'm consistently imagining like a 6-month-old.
No, like 3. Yeah, mushes up about like a quarter of the first granola bar, just a little bit, and you know, hey, figures he has to probably ration this a little bit depending on how things go, and you know, feeds it to the child. Takes him a couple minutes to get the child to eat, but you know, the child eats a little bit of this granola bar, mushed up.
And while he's doing that, can I walk up to Jim?
Yeah.
So, I'll walk up to Jim. Hey, comrade. May I see your lighter for a minute?
What do you need it for? For flipping into adjacent accents.
Yeah.
Ah, you are fellow communist. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I knew he was
Billy will-
spy.
I am military vet, and well, Billy will just pull out a joint. The TSA was not very good, and I would like to relieve just a little bit of stress, maybe take some edge off.
You know, guys, I just now noticed I have been muted this entire time.
Oh shit! You didn't
Oh.
do that on purpose? Oh, I thought you were. Oh, sorry, man.
No, my brother interrupted, which was already a pain in the butt, and I had muted myself then. And I only just realized as I sat back down with my food, it's like, am I still on mute? Fuck!
Have you tried to say anything?
Y'all already had everything kind of covered, so I've just been kind of waiting silently and keeping vigil, quote unquote.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, I only just now realized.
Okay.
Okay, so well, I'm not really sure that's a great idea, but I mean, maybe would work somewhere it's a bit safer. I'd rather we all have our wits about us. I don't know if. I mean, if you're really insistent on it, then sure, yes. But I personally don't think it's a great idea.
Well, I guarantee this is not enough to get me. How do you, the Americans say it? High?
Do I sound like an American to you?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, you all sound the same to us.
You see one large bushy eyebrow raised above the monocle.
Jasper's like, I am the only normal here.
Yeah, huh? So, Jim, you giving him your lighter to smoke a joint?
No, but I'll light one for him if he holds one out.
I'll hold one out.
Then I will light it for him.
Okay.
Billy will happily take a pull. And just
Yeah, so you-
seemingly just relax.
Yeah, you guys see Billy kind of holds something out for Jim, who lights it for him. It looks like he's smoking like maybe like a hand-rolled cigarette or something. Until a couple seconds later, when a very recognizable scent begins to kind of waft through the air.
Oi, kids, don't do this at home.
Yeah, we do not endorse the use of drugs.
Okay,
But we will
just-
have our characters do them.
Just character break. Well, my character in the game is smoking a joint. I do not recommend anyone in real life try it at home. But if
Wink,
it's
wink.
legal where you're at, I can't
Who's-
stop you.
We also do
However-
we also do not endorse trying it in the airport.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah,
And to back up the if it's legal in your area, please do so in moderation.
Yeah.
Yes. Always partake of the devil's lettuce in moderation, and only if it is legal. Kitsune or Silent Protagonist is not responsible if you decide to do it well illegally and get the consequence.
Yeah, that's your own goddamn fault for being an idiot.
As
This
the old saying
public
goes, fool around to find out.
This public
I feel like
service
that's gotten a new
by
spin
Silent
recently.
Protagonist. The more you know.
All right, so
Drugs are bad, okay?
Okay, Mr. Mackey.
yeah, no, so the old man kind of looks. Oh, should we should we get moving?
Yeah, let's go. Should I just cut the argument and just take the lead again?
Are you holding the
Sounds
torch?
Me.
I mean, you guys do also now have lights.
Yes.
Flashlights. I pass them out.
There we go.
Do we have enough for everyone, or
No. There's one small one that had a cone on it that's giving off not a whole lot of light, but enough for like a person to, like, scan around with in close proximity, and not the brightest big industrial light, but there's still like a handheld, like button operated industrial light that's giving off a fair bit.
I think I gave a good
I mean-
picture of one inside general in the Discord.
I mean, like they're not like mag lights or shit, but you know.
Let's save the battery power if we still got enough torch to work with.
I would still hand the big one to let me see here. I'd actually probably say the biggest dude, so Billy would get the big flashlight. And I will hold on to the small flashlight as more of a backup.
Okay.
Billy will slide the joint between his lips and grab it.
And Jasper has the torch, so we're covered there. And Jim has his butane lighter, so he's technically got a light.
Kind of.
Until
I have
it
a
runs
light.
out.
Its usefulness is arguable.
Being repetitively brought into question.
In spite of the fact that we haven't used any of the butane since we started.
Except to light the torch.
Yes. That's
And,
right.
and to light the joint.
And
Oh
if
yeah,
you-
yeah, you're right. That was like 2 minutes ago.
Only the most important things.
Torch and weed. All you're using this later on.
Y'all are forgetting that he has proper English. He's always got like some type of a cigar
Yes,
ready
yes.
to go.
Yeah, he's still sucking on one.
Unless he changed to a pipe.
Do you still have a lit cigar, Jim?
I mean, I feel like after this amount of time it would have petered out. And I mean, I'm not
Okay.
always going to have a cigar in my mouth. I've got to save some.
Cigars last for a decent amount of time, actually.
Depends how much you suck on them.
That's true.
And the type of cigar.
That is
It's
all.
also probably been like 15-20 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So I'll take the torch. Advise we use the flashlights only as needed,
Yep.
and we make our way forward.
Okay. Are any of the flashlights currently lit?
No.
No.
Sorry, give me a second. Firefox just crashed.
Uh-oh.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just need to wait for it to reload up and
I'm going to seize this moment to come over to Billy. Oi. I'll trade you one vodka for some of that, well, how much of the, paper did you get with those, joints?
Enough, comrade. That sounds like a good trade. You want a joint?
No, I just want the paper.
Just the paper?
Oi, yeah.
There. Sounds good. I'll take out a couple slips of the paper.
yeah, gives you a couple rolling papers and take a bottle of vodka.
They might not be
Hey!
quite that big, but they will, potentially be helpful for, my plans for the future.
Keep in mind, rolling papers are not big.
Yes, but I'm hoping to combine them with some cloth and get some good use out of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
You
no,
totally know what I'm doing here. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Billy is a very, very, very happy Russian. Vodka and weed.
Oh god. And I'm like,
He'll just slide the vodka bottle into an interior pocket of his trench coat.
Come on, roll 20.
You know, kind of like
back up.
that the shop in Resident Evil. What are you buying?
Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna have to do it this way, I think. I'm still trying to get the game back
Okay.
up.
Is your stream still up, or did that go down too?
No, it was literally just that Firefox crashed.
Huh. Okay.
and we are getting to midnight now, so.
Yep.
There we go. Let me get this.
I'm guessing that Silent wants to get us through this scene, though.
Yeah, give me a second.
So somebody fail a roll.
That can be arranged, comrade.
Especially when you're drunk and high.
Give me a second.
Oh, I'm not drunk
folks.
yet. I'm not
Yeah.
drunk.
You're a
Please
Ruski. You're
notice
always
the yet.
drunk. It's kind of like trying to find an Aussie that's not drunk. It can't be done.
Fuck.
Considering how often Billy raids the liquor aisle at the shop, yeah, it's gonna take a lot.
Why can't I get this?
We blink and suddenly we see a lizard folk standing behind him drinking out of a flask. I'm joking.
Crush,
That'd be
go-
kind of funny though.
Crush, go back to your game.
Okay, there we go. All
A
right.
disembodied DM just swats her out of existence. You
Alright.
briefly hear, not this crap again, and then just fades away. And then we're back to the actual game.
Yes, we are back to the actual game because it's now finally back up. Maybe give me a second. I'm gonna have to reload it again because the music isn't playing. Oh my
Playing on our end.
Poor Silent.
Yeah, Silent, is the darkness getting to you?
No,
Hello.
fucking Roll20 is just being a piece of shit, and that's getting to me.
Yeah.
It's scarier than anything we could come up with. I'll be right back.
Oh, we're finally fucking back.
Woo!
For real this time.
Yay!
Okay. So, yes. Billy, you've obtained a bottle of vodka from Jack. You're currently smoking a joint. Jack, you've obtained a couple of rolling papers from Billy.
And Jasper's about to lead away out.
Yeah, who has the flashlights? Jasper has the torch. Who has
Billy
the
has
other?
have
a big flashlight,
Okay.
Billy has a big flashlight.
and Jack has a small one.
Jack has a small one. Okay. Yeah, no. Kind of with Franklin carrying the child, moving along with you, you all begin kind of move away from the gate and begin to make your way further down the terminal. Passing by some of the gates, you're kind of shining your lights around. For the most part, Jasper, you're using the torch held up to try and keep light where you guys are going. Again, the light is kind of dull. It's not really spreading as far as you might hope it would. But between the lights and the occasional flash of lightning lighting the area, for the most part you're able to see what's going on around you. The gates you pass have pretty well abandoned items strewn about, the occasional flickering lights here and there, the emergency lights running down the center of the terminal. Evidence that the generator here is still working.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Jim, in one of the flashes of lightning, you kind of get a glimpse over at the little sill leading to the outside, where the window is, and you just see it kind of lined shoulder to shoulder, just rats just sitting up on their hind legs, just looking at you all. The ones you pass, their heads kind of slowly turning to follow you with their eyes. And then it's in darkness again. And you can all hear, kind of from behind you, the skittering of the rats as they kind of follow right on the edge of the torchlight. Franklin is looking around kind of really nervously, kind of holding the child close to him. You've made pretty good progress heading down the terminal. There's still probably 15, 20-ish gates to go. It's hard to tell. You're not really like shining the light up at the ceiling. But Billy, you start to hear like this crawling coming from above you.
Billy will first freeze up a little bit, inhale off of his joint a bit, turn on the flashlight he's holding, and point it up towards the noise.
Okay, yeah, it's coming from like right above you. Billy, you turn on the flashlight kind of as you're like pointing it up, like and starting to turn your head up. You do catch sight of that you're at gate 15, so there are about 15 more gates to go before you reach the end of the terminal. So you've made pretty good progress. I mean, if the terminal is this line, and you guys started like here, you guys probably found that old man here, and you guys are probably like here. So you've made it most of the way down this terminal at this point.
Okay.
Should we be concerned that he made a bunch of shark teeth there?
No. Maybe.
Not yet.
Yeah, it's coming.
But-
Just wait.
Bless you.
Bless you again. Yeah, Billy, you kind of turn the flashlight on and kind of point it up at the ceiling. And as you do, you follow the beam up right above you, hanging down off the ceiling. You can't quite tell how, like the light beam as it reaches up to the ceiling, just kind of about 5 or 10 feet away from you, kind of bleeds into darkness that it can't seem to penetrate through.
Can you drag Jacob back in?
I think Jacob sneezed himself into the other channel.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. You sneezed yourself into the other channel, Jacob?
Yep. We'll leave it at that.
All right.
Well, you just came back as Billy is getting willies.
But yeah, no, you turn the flashlight up to the ceiling. It about like I was saying, just for Jacob's sake, about 5-6 feet up, it just kind of bleeds into a darkness that you can't penetrate. You can't quite see the ceiling. But you see this military uniform, arms reaching down for you. This kind of vacant, eyeless expression on the face of a soldier, kind of blood pouring out from where the the eyes would be kind of dripping down onto you, onto your face, as it is. You can see a bullet hole in the side of the head, kind of just slightly offset from one of the eyes. From where the light is, you can't quite see it, but you can tell like the back of the head is missing a large chunk, and it's kind of reaching down towards you with open hands. It's probably like the hands are probably like inches away from you. The face probably no more than like 1.5 feet, 2 feet from yours. The blood is kind of dripping down onto your face, onto your clothes.
Billy is going to lock up, just staring. The joint will it's like the shock, like, no, not again.
Okay.
Type of look, the joint will just fall out of his mouth as he falls to his knees, just staring up in just horror and shock.
Alright, I'm gonna need you to make me a roll.
And we're at 4d6, correct?
We're at 4d6.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Oh. All right then.
You did not roll any ones. You rolled 2 6s, so you do succeed. And you do have narrative control as this. Whatever this is, it's reaching down and you fall to your knees. What are you doing?
Is Jasper standing anywhere near Billy, like within arm's reach? Because I know
Probably
I know Billy's
That-
normally standing close to the torch.
Jasper, probably 2, 3 feet in front of you.
Is it close enough that I hear him drop to his knees?
I mean, yeah, you would all hear him drop to his knees. I'd say probably Jim and Jack and the old man kind of see him like collapse to the ground onto his knees.
While
I-
staring up at the ceiling just in horror.
Real
Yeah.
quick, look up to the ceiling. Do I see anything?
Yeah, no, if Jasper, you're looking up, the old man is gonna look up, kind of seeing this. Anyone else that is looking up, yeah, you see Billy kind of drop to his knees in horror, just light pointed at the ceiling. And you can see kind of up at the where the roof is, kind of there's this big gash that's been taken out. And you can see a pretty consistent dribble and dripping of water coming in, just kind of splashing all over Billy's face.
Oi!
Jack. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, Billy, are you okay? Billy,
Billy's just
Yeah,
gonna be
Jasper's-
more so unresponsive. You can tell he's tensing as if he's gonna do something.
all right. Jasper's just going to kind of cautiously step forward and take Billy's shoulder and give it a shake. Billy, are you with us? Come on.
Billy,
And Billy
this,
will just
this face is getting closer to you. The hands are now grabbing onto your shoulders. The blood is just continuing to pour onto your face.
Is Billy even hearing me?
That's up to Billy.
I'd say he's feeling like the punching and like, you know how like in the movies how when someone passes out when they're slowly starting to wake up, how you just hear like a faint voice just in the background calling a name.
Yeah, Billy, no, the face, its mouth opens, and you can see kind of these rotted teeth, some of them missing. It starts saying your name as it grabs your shoulders, begins to shake you.
As soon as it touches Billy, he's gonna try and slam his light. He'll grab the light from where he dropped it and slam it against the side of the head.
I'm gonna get hurt.
Yeah, you're gonna bring your light up and just kind of swing it blindly above you.
Yeah.
Do I even have a chance to dodge or anything of the sort?
No, you walk over to Billy and kind of like kneel down, begin shaking him, and you watch as he just starts swinging his light above his head.
Okay, so it's not hitting me.
It's not
All
hitting you, but yeah, Billy, you bring the light up, swing it, slamming into the side of the head of whatever this thing is. Its head kind of rocks one way, and kind of you can see the blood go flying, splattering onto the ground, and it kind of rocks back again. You hear it kind of say your name again as it's still shaking you with these hands that are grabbing you.
Billy!
Jasper, you're able to feel kind of the water that's dribbling in, kind of splattering on the ground. It's hitting you. There's a decent amount of rain coming in here as well.
Billy, remember that time you met? Breathe. Just breathe. Whatever you're seeing there, it's not real. Breathe.
I'd say Billy can hear faintly that it's not real and breathe. And he's just gonna start listening to the voice and starting to try and calm down.
Okay, I'm
In
gonna
and out.
I'm gonna need
Sorry,
another.
go ahead.
I'm gonna need another check, Kitsune.
Oh no.
Would it,
Look,
out of curiosity, would it be more appropriate to have Jasper make the check?
No.
Okay.
Ooh.
And
no success.
I can handle. My moment's up, so I can't use anything to re-roll.
No, you can't. One candle goes out. As you're hearing it's not real. It's not real. Starting to try to breathe. You kind of squeeze your eyes shut and open them again. Looking above you, the light kind of reflecting off the ceiling. You can see now that the water is splashing down, splashing onto your face, onto the ground from this hole in the roof. And as you're starting to bring yourself back, the feeling of something grabbing your other shoulder is still there. I need to roll one dice to see what happens. Okay. Kitsune, I want you to roll me 1d6. Because I will introduce something to you all now. But this was not something I'd introduced, and it's not something I told you was going on. I'm kind of running this as a minor portion of this, and I need to find the area on... Okay, it's gonna be down here more.
I like the idea of you've kind of
hold-
been playing into individual goings-on, if you will. So that's been kind of fun.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
It's like I see lights, Taylor sees ROUSs, Kitsune sees dead people.
Spoilers!
What's up?
Spoilers!
What's of my characters now in frickin' Tin Candles have seen dead people.
To be fair, there are a lot of dead people in 10 Candles.
Yes, there are.
There are a lot of dead people in 10 Candles.
There will be at least 4
Um,
more by the end of this.
Yes, there will be at least 4 more by the
Probably
end of
sooner
this.
too.
Um, All right. I'm going to introduce you to a concept that's known as a dire conflict.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
The GM may label any conflict as a dire conflict if failure would result in lethal or ruinous consequences for the characters involved. For example, jumping out of the way of an attack or diving from a moving car before it plummets off of a cliff could both be considered dire conflicts. If the conflict roll is unsuccessful, as with all conflicts, a candle is darkened and the GM narrates the likely severe outcome. Labeling a conflict as dire indicates that the stakes are much higher than a failed roll, and that a failed roll may result in characters becoming gravely injured, the group separated, the loss of vital equipment, or any number of other heavy consequences. In addition, any player, not just the active player, may, if they deem it thematically appropriate, choose to have their character die as a result of the failed dire conflict. In this case, the candle is still darkened, but the player who made this sacrifice wins narration rights over the failed conflict as well as their character's death. A voluntary death in this manner is the only time when a player may narrate the results of a failed conflict. That's the heroic sacrifice, the martyrdom. However, this was not a fully dire conflict. Okay. You rolled a 2. Alright.
Well, it wasn't a 1.
Tell me there's a chance.
Okay. Yeah, the light is shining upwards, and the rain and water is splattering in, and you can still feel that shaking on your other shoulder as well, not just the one that Jasper has grabbed and is shaking. However, you kind of turn the light, and you see this long extension of shadow, almost just inky blackness, kind of reaching down, almost draping down from the hole in the ceiling that's kind of wrapped itself around your arm. As you kind of immediately snap back to reality in full fight or flight panic. You kind of struggling to break your arm free from the shadow. You point the light up, and you hear almost this wisp of wind, and the shadow kind of dissipates away. All of you see this shadow. It kind of dissipates away, and you kind of break free looking around, and with the light held out in front of you, you start sprinting off in front of the group into the darkness, quickly kind of breaking sight from everyone else.
Away!
And that is where the scene is going to end, and we are going to start doing our truths in just a second after I make a note that he is running ahead and separated from the party. Come on. Spell. All right. Like last time, we're going to be starting with Kitsune.
Oh no.
Poor Kitsune.
Why do
these-
I have to be the one to keep blowing the candles out?
I don't know. You gave me too good of an opportunity there.
Yeah, I know I did. Basically, as soon as you said something about a skull and everything, I immediately just threw myself into how I thought Billy would react knowing what I do about him.
Not a skull, like it was a fully like fleshed
Yeah.
face, just missing the eyes, just bleeding from the sockets, bullet hole in the side of the head.
But I mean, he's ex-military.
Yep. No, I know.
So he's seen some shit. So I was thinking you were playing it off as he was seeing, like that was the corpse of one of his friends that he saw die.
Yeah.
That is very possible.
That's a very real possibility. That's
So I was just
Wait, you
thinking
played
like,
into that, yes.
yeah, that's what I was playing into, which is
Yeah.
why, he froze up like shock, like he can't believe this is happening.
Yep. No,
Yeah.
that's what I was glad you picked up on it, but yeah, okay. These things are true. The world is dark.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, now you have to think of a truth.
It can't conflict with the truths we had in scene 1, or it can now.
No, it
No.
cannot. Those things are now
Okay.
always true.
Okay, cool.
Just pulling up this.
I can't seem to
See
pull
what
up
I got.
Truth's handouts, so I'm sorry.
There is a heavy ongoing thunderstorm. The noises in the darkness are increasing. Jack has collected a half dozen bottles of vodka. Close your eyes, darkness.
Yeah, when you close your eyes or look into the darkness, you begin to see visions and hallucinations. The figure at the terminal gate saw the group enter the restaurant. The tramway is slowly beginning to flood, which none of you actually know. Projected light is muted. The rats begin to follow the group, and we are alive. For now.
Well, Kitsune,
I'm gonna regret this, but what about they are becoming more active?
Oh, I don't like you.
oh, you're not going to like me when I speak my truth.
All right. Well,
Oh.
Jacob,
Would
it's your
that be
truth.
Would that be an okay one to do?
Yep.
The shadows are alive.
Oh shit!
Okay. Cool.
Fuck both of you.
Matches up with
Great.
it matches what happened with Kitsune.
Yeah,
Azeem, you're up.
we're about to die.
I'm gonna do a nicer one. The torch never dies.
Okay. The torch will never
Safety
go out.
torch.
Like, screw you guys. I'm gonna add one that's a little nicer to us.
Part of the fun of this game is that you do just get to legitimately screw over your character, but also it's fun to put in ambiguous things and see how DM runs it.
I do like the ambiguous ones, because the whole rat thing is like really, really creepy, but it's not actually doing anything.
Yeah,
No, but it gave me some great ideas for.
Yo, I can tell, and I wanted to do that. I wanted to give you some fun.
Let's see.
Like, is they the rats maybe now, or is they something else? We don't know.
You don't know.
All I know is they're becoming more active.
The rest of the let me type this out first. The group catches up with Billy at the end of the terminal gate hall.
Okay.
Ah, that's very nice.
That's not
I-
necessarily good. Well, A, not necessarily going to be all roses and sunshine, and B, I can understand as a DM not wanting to split the group.
Wait a minute. Who said anything about sunshine? I'm pretty sure this is 10 candles.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not going to be all roses and butterflies and happiness and joy, but it brings the party back together and progresses you guys forward down so that the next scene can start at the end of this terminal hallway of gates.
Let me think. For all of you been such good ones, and I'm very interested to see how you play this off of what I saw them do.
I'm trying to play everything that people are giving based on kind of like what you gave me as the initial.
Yeah, no, it is a very. You have a lot of different directions you could go with it.
I mean, I really like the whole, like, my character saw light over there, and it's like, hey, that kind of plays into my hope thing. I'm going to go ahead and play into that.
Wondering how much I can do without either A, straight up giving things away, or B, locking it into a situation where you don't have a lot of narrative room. Let's do this. Franklin knows more about the situation than he is telling us.
Okay.
I like it.
Franklin knows more than he is saying. Knows more about what's going on than he is saying. Kitsune.
Billy gets a fully loaded Glock. Nah, no.
I was gonna say that sounds like a distinctly bad thing in the current situation.
Yeah.
I know.
Yes and no, because it might lead to my next truth, but I'll leave that up to y'all.
Yeah, it's up to Kitsune.
Like I said before, you can legitimately get something that is very powerful, or would in another situation make you very powerful.
And it can effectively, like, you could find a Glock and then find out that its only real use is like a glorified, like, one-time, like, flashlight with like 6 bullets. So it's a small flash of light 6 times.
Yeah.
Billy gets a fully charged lightsaber and land speeder. Yeah, no.
That's a bit.
That I just say no.
Yeah, I know.
There is a limit on the feasibility of things.
If a gun is too much.
No, it's not. But right now, it's Kitsune's truth. Do you want to use the gun as your truth? I would say you can find a Glock. I won't let you say you find a fully loaded Glock. If you want to determine how many bullets if you want to determine how many bullets are in it, and not leave it up to me to tell you, I'll make you do a roll for it at the beginning of the next scene, at the beginning of the next session. The first roll of the next scene.
Oh, sure, so I can knock out that scene too, right as it starts.
You'll have 7 dice.
Welcome everyone to Scene 8. I
mean, with how Roll20's been giving me these rolls, we'll just go straight from 7 candles to 6.
You were not the one who rolled 5 ones on your first roll.
Hey.
Touché.
Hey, you have 8 dice.
And to be fair,
that's right.
Dan, at least you didn't fail your first roll in the first roll of the first scene of a game.
Yeah.
To borrow from Kitsune, fair.
But
So yeah, what do you want
Shoot,
the
what do
truth to be, Kitsune?
do I want to screw us over even more?
Oh God.
I mean,
are
we're
you-
going down that road anyway. If it goes
Yeah.
a little faster, it's
Yeah, honestly, it's okay if we if this only lasts 2 or 3 sessions. Well, I assume we want it to last longer than 3 sessions or 2 sessions. But
2 to 3 is usually good.
It'll last probably 2 to 3. Yeah.
Especially since as we get closer to the end of the game, we're more
It gets
likely to
worse.
roll failures, so
Yeah.
we're likely to run through the scenes faster.
Yep.
I don't know if this one will work, but everyone gets to witness Billy's next, like PTSD type flashback. Or
That's
would that
actually-
be a little bit?
Honestly, if I may say, that's actually really powerful because it kind of forces almost us to be together at a
No,
point. So if
it
we get
doesn't-
separated or something.
It doesn't mean that we have to be together. It's just everyone would suddenly get the vision.
Oh, well, that's true.
Or would that be a little
Sure.
bit too? Okay.
Everyone will see Billy's next vision.
Because if it's going in the same line of things, I think that would cause quite a bit of mental strain on everyone.
Everyone will see Billy's next vision hallucination. And Jacob, you have the last truth.
Billy will begin to hear the voices of his dead compatriots.
Okay,
Oh,
we're
shit.
totally just picking on Billy now. I'm down for this.
All right. Billy is
So
Billy is beginning
just-
to hear the voices of his dead compatriots. Okay.
just going to run through all 3 of my things. I'll be clueless about what's happening with Billy, and then I'll figure out something smart about what's happening with Billy, and then I'll find out that the pilot is really Billy.
Yeah.
Plot twist. Plot twist. Billy was in the Air Force.
All right.
Oh,
And
no.
the next truth is, and we are alive in 3, 2, 1.
And
And
we
we
are
are alive.
All right.
That's a little bit better.
We all started at almost the same time, but our cadence was a bit off, but hey,
Yeah.
we're getting there.
And folks, that is going to be where we are going to wrap up